Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome back to our TopstepTV opening call. Congratulations, you are at the right place at the right time. He's Archie, and I'm Edith. Oh, the way Glenn Miller played.
Would you stifle Edith?
Archie. We're having an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we're going to be your trading mentor, your trading buddy, your neighbor, the kid that cuts your grass, the kid that shovels your snow, fellow trader, and even the guys who are running the show behind the scenes. Hello, James. Hello, Jack. Hello, JD. Hey, Dobie Time. And hello, Danielle. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading know-how. Got your game plan ready? Do you? You got your checklist checked? Check. Just check and make sure the checklist is checked. Check. And of course, check your checklist. Of course. Check. Good morning, John. We've got John Hoagland. Hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Edith.
Archie.
How you feeling today, Eddie?
I'm feeling like eat it. I want to bake like an apple pie and some meatloaf. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to bring Meathead in later.
Oh, okay. Who can play Meathead? Boy, that's going to be a fun one. How you feeling, Johnny?
I'm good. Feeling all right, man. And went to bed early last night and got a lot to do this weekend. I'm kind of looking forward to getting a few things done. Like Deanna, I'll be painting this weekend the dining room and some of the hallways. So
okay, Michael.
Looking forward to get that done and then have some fun. Looking forward to Thanksgiving next week. Oh yeah.
I'm going to be out next week. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I even forgot about that. God, I'm so busy and so involved in TopstepTV. When we had our meeting yesterday, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I got next week off. But I'll be back the following week, hopefully. Anyway,
we'll miss you, Eddie.
I'm gonna miss this. So I might jump in and be a anonymous in the chat. But anyway, we got a lot of news here today. So U.S. President Smoking Joe Frazier, Biden, and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping agreed to reestablish military communications following that crucial face-to-face meeting yesterday. The two leaders spoke for roughly 4 hours. It's a little hard to believe, even though Joe can't put a sentence together. But anyway, at the time, the tensions on both sides had a range of issues that were perceived to be high, 420 high. It was only the second time that Biden had spoken in person with Xi, taking office since 2021. Now, following the gathering, Biden said that China had agreed to return direct, open, clear communication, which had been closed since former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had to go over there and start some shit. So that was in 2022. U.S. officials have speculated on when China may attempt to invade Taiwan. Let's hope that don't happen. Pray for peace, right, John?
100%.
100%. Which claims as a part of its territory. Although Xi reportedly denied there were such plans in place. Okay, Pinocchio. Otherwise, however, senior U.S. official told Reuters that Xi said the status of the island the most potential dangerous issue facing the U.S.-China ties. And Biden stressed that that Washington wanted to see peace and stability in the region. And Reuters added, citing the official, Biden offered Gilligan's Island in its place. So we'll see what happens there. Later on Wednesday, yesterday, Xi told a full room of Boy Scouts and taco stand owners and some of the Americans' leading corporate figures, including Elon Musk and Apple's Tim Cook, that China is the super large economy and we are ready to be a partner and a friend to the U.S. So now you want to be friends. Okay. John, what do you got?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, welcome to the opening call Thursday, November the 16th. We are always going to be focusing on context, risk management, and patience The jobless claims came out this morning, a little bit higher than expected. They were looking for 220,000. It came out 231,000. Bad news is still upside down as good news in the markets here this morning. Continuing jobless claims were also higher than expected. The Philly Fed, which I think it was, what was it, September, was -9. In November, maybe it was in October, -5.9. So anything below zero is slowing business activity in the city of Philadelphia. Just a small slice of the U.S., but traders, we're always watching what's going on in the micro and macro numbers here. So a little bit of a slower reaction in business inventory or business activities in Philadelphia. We had import-export prices come out. We have Meester speaking at 8:15 this morning, industrial production at 8:25. Williams is due to speak at 9 o'clock. Housing market index due at 9:30, as well as 9 o'clock housing market is due out. 9:30, the nat gas number comes out. We also have another talking Fed Barr speaking at 11, Meester speaking again, as well as Cook speaking, and at 12:30, Loretta Meester is speaking again. So Loretta doing a lot of talking today. Will be, of course, have to pay attention to those things. As far as earnings are concerned, looking good so far as the retail numbers continue to come out. Walmart beating both categories, Bath and Body Works beating as far as earnings per share, but flat as far as revenue. Macy's beating. Macy's was up 11% at one point this morning and overnight. Shoe Carnival is the only one that lost as far as earnings per share and revenues. Maybe people not buying as many shoes. We also had Alibaba come out this morning, beating as far as earnings per share, but missing a little bit on revenues. VIX this morning, 14. Dollar index down slightly at 104.16, and the yield on the 10-year continues to drop. Well, not drop, but drift lower, I would say, at 4.45%. It was about 4.5 yesterday. And as always, we are all going to remember today to pray for peace.
Pray for peace. You got that. U.S. Senate has voted in favor of a stopgap plan that will likely avoid a partial government shutdown. We were talking about that yesterday, how they sort of tease you with it. And, hopefully they will avoid it. Also, oil prices here today retreated after U.S. inventories rose by more than expected, adding concerns over the lackluster energy demand from China. Crude traded, U.S. crude 0.2% lower, Brent 0.4% lower. So U.S. stock increased by 3.6 million barrels in the week of November 10th, above expectations of a build of nearly 1.8. So figures showing U.S. production remained at a record high 13.2 million barrels throughout the week. There you have it. And John, did you know that Oscars are bringing back Kimmel?
I did hear that just recently. I don't watch the Oscars much anymore anyway, so
neither. But that's the only news I could have dug up here right now. But my vote was for Ricky Gervais. I liked his Oscars. He was straight up, told the truth, had some fun, and
he was pretty brutal, but it was funny.
You got my vote next year, buddy.
Yep.
Hoag is going to do the Oscars 2024.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but
come on, man. And I'll sit front row and I'll wave at you.
Yes. Good.
But anyway, we've got some movement here. Let's take a look at the ES. Yes. Your daily. What's going on?
Let's take a look. So yesterday was an interesting day. We had a bit of a pullback late in the day. I'm going to start with the open interest on the day before. On this big move to the upside, the initial open interest indicated that there was about 6,100 additional contracts created. If you looked at the final, it was about 2,000, only 2,000. So taking a little bit of the oomph off this upside move, because we didn't bring in the buyers that we thought we did on Tuesday. Yesterday, we tried to continue the move to the upside, but by the end of the day, we almost left what, well, you might call this a shooting star. It didn't close on the low of the session, but with all this long shadow at the top here, the market seems to be struggling to the upside. Wouldn't you say so? When we look back, we have a long shadow. The market has a tendency to get too far ahead of itself and then pull back quickly. So on the daily chart, we're seeing a degree of excess on the top side here on the high from yesterday. That excess, is how auctions die. Auctions die when they get too far one way. Buyers won't buy it anymore. Sellers take over and the upside auction ends. Now, there's some contrary information in the daily chart, in the 30-minute chart, and in the profiles that say the upside auction yesterday did not show signs of excess. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Let's take a gander at this. So this is the big move up on Tuesday, Wednesday. Today is Thursday. The market tried to continue to move to the upside. We had a big spike on the 730 numbers. Yesterday, the PPI numbers, we weren't able to take out that high. That's one thing. But we did leave a weak high at the top here. The market continued to try and push to these levels without really kind of leaving any excess in the short time frame. So this would be considered a weak high. This is a visual level that if the market continues to move higher will be targeted by traders. All right. Well, overnight inventory, we don't really have much to talk about there. Here's where we started the overnight session. Right here. Where are we? We're basically right there. The market has been somewhat rotational overnight. It has tried to get to the naked point of control from yesterday's session, unsuccessfully reaching it in the overnight session. We'll have to see what that looks like in the regular trading hour session. However, the market is probably not going to be opening with a gap. It's probably going to be opening below value from yesterday. So that gives us an idea of some potential opportunities for executions. I just turned this thing on too. 1 second.
Check.
And go. All right. So we're back. The point of control, overnight high, interesting area for an execution. It already has been so far this morning. Overnight low also looking relatively interesting and really not all that strong. So what are we seeing as far as kind of a pattern in the 30-minute chart here? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, arms.
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me show you the manual of arms. So are we setting up a head and shoulders here? If so, where is the neckline? Is the neckline here? Is the neckline here? Where's the neckline? I'm going to be looking really at this naked point of control from Tuesday as a potential neckline. If we start showing acceptance below that, yes.
Real quick here, we got a industrial production here in just about a couple seconds. So just want to make sure that we are aware of that.
Yep. Yeah, it is out, it looks like.
Come on, there it is. Okay. And I'm going to give some props to Kingra. Kingra was giving us a countdown here. Thank you, Kingra.
Thank you. So lower than expected industrial production month over month in October. They were looking for minus 0.3, came up minus 0.6.
6, right.
Yep. So manufacturing production also lower than expected. See what kind of reactions we get from that here over the trading day today. And thanks again for pointing that out. So kind of focusing again on this naked point of control from Tuesday for a potential neckline. And if we do hit this neckline, the measured move for this would be, I'm going to go info line. I'm going to go here to the neckline, and then we're going to move this from the neckline down. This would be kind of our potential target for continuation below the neckline of this potential head and shoulders, kind of weird looking head and shoulders, but that takes us back down through weekly kickoff low. And we got to remember there's a lot of weak structure down below. That weak structure may not attract us, but when we head that direction, that's when it becomes important. Gap, naked point of control, gap, naked point of control, another gap. This is what we would consider weak structure below the market. All right. So we will keep an eye on all of that. We'll hopefully have a good trading day today. And let's take a look at the NASDAQ. So similar situation, right? I mean, we've got a graveyard doji basically right here. If we're going to be talking about candlestick patterns and single candlestick patterns, excess high. That's an excess high. Well, we could call this a graveyard doji. We could call it a bearish spinning top, whatever we want. It is a potential warning shot across the bow of a potential change in market state. Whether that market state falls into range or a pullback, be careful. Be careful. We added, I forgot to mention yesterday in the S&Ps on a day like this, on a day like we had yesterday, we added 40,000 in open interest. 40,000. Let me take this off of here. 40,000 in open interest. Range bound day. Looks higher, looks lower, looks back up, finishes weak. 40,000. I don't know if that's right. Watch us on fast markets because we're gonna be watching to see when that actual comes out. There's something seems to be wrong with that information. Back to the NASDAQ now. We added 6,200 in open interest on this graveyard doji here. This potential one bar reversal pattern, and with a lot of excess up here. Take a look left. What happened the last time we had that? The market turned, fell into balance, and broke. The time before that, this looks very familiar, doesn't it? It's a graveyard doji. Look what happened the next day. When we start seeing a lot of excess on the tops of these candles on this daily chart, it indicates potential change, and that's I think what we're facing here today. Take a look at the 30. Maybe I'm getting a little bit long-winded here, but this is so difficult and exciting to me. I can't tell you how much I enjoy these markets and having the opportunity to talk to everybody. So same thing yesterday. The market opened. Ranged the NASDAQ really presented as the weaker of the markets yesterday. It really didn't do as well on the pullbacks as the S&P did. And again, it didn't close all that well, leaving that excess high in the daily chart. Overnight inventory? No. Here's where we started. Here's where we are. No overnight inventory. Below value, yes. In range, yes. Head and shoulders, I'm using this as my neckline. Our overnight low as our neckline for a potential continuation. And again, the measured move is from the top of the head to the neck. That could put us all the way through this gap. Last week's high would be a good target for that. As far as the profile is concerned, it was a normal variation trading day. We do have excess on the high in the daily session on the profiles. We had we had some rejection at the lows, but when the market closed, the market continued to try and press lower. So, take that for what it will. Take the warning shot of the graveyard doji for what it's worth. Take the head and shoulders for what it's worth. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. So we are, we're just trying to put some context to give us good opportunities. Find your good trade locations, wait for your good trade locations, and hopefully you're going to have a good trading day today. With this profile yesterday, there was normal variation, central location from the point of control. It says that the market is probably going to seek new levels to facilitate trade today. Take that again for what it's worth. Opportunities are out there. It's up to each and every one of us to find our opportunity. Crude oil.
Jenny, when are we switching months? I'm watching volume until we see that the Jan volume picks up. I'm staying where I am. When's the official
volume has picked up. This is the January chart.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, there you go, CL Trader.
I checked it out this morning. The volume in the January contract is far greater than the December contract. So I've adjusted the levels. This is the February contract. I was just going to mention that. And thanks again for bringing that up, Eddie.
Sorry, Dad.
Our user? No, not at all.
Questions in the chat.
Yeah, no problem. So this is the February contract. There is a 15 tick premium between the December contract and the January contract.
Yeah.
January contract. So you need, if you have levels that you're going to adjust, you only need to move them 15 ticks higher. I've moved our weekly kickoff levels, last week's high and low, to suit the January contract. But with that little bit of a change, it's really not that important because, as we all know, these levels are more zones than finite levels. So we got the crude oil continuing to look to the downside. Yesterday, on coming off this high, we lost some open interest of about 1,800. That's the estimate. Makes sense. We were looking at this as kind of a bear flag. We broke out below the bear flag on some really good volume. Well, of course, that's partially blurred because of rollover. The open interest is also blurred because of rollover. But to break out of a bear flag, the market is exhibiting behavior that we would expect. We got last week's low kind of holding as a potential speed bump to the downside, but below that 73.15 weekly kickoff low is certainly within the realm of possibility because we did break that bear flag. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart now.
We got FOMC member Williams speaking here in about a minute, so heads up there.
Thank you. So here's that break below the trend line that we were looking at as a bear flag. Continuation, now more continuation to the downside. Wow, this market's really growing some legs to the downside here. Watch last week's low, but again, I believe that the visual target for this will be somewhere down here near weekly kickoff low. We'll, of course, be keeping an eye on that during fast markets. And for gold.
One thing I saw here today, we had the 50, 100, and 200 SMA hugging, kissing, and then the market took off. Why is it, John?
Well, I mean, on the daily chart here, they're still largely in play, but on the daily chart, there we've got the 50 session kind of holding the low of the week. We're testing the high of the week now, which is the 200 session moving average. We were kind of talking about how this is kind of a piece of rice between a couple of chopsticks, right? The price just kind of goes to the 50, now moving back to the 200 session. We lost 2,200 in open interest yesterday. These moving averages are certainly in play, Eddie. But in essence, to me, the market is acting somewhat range bound and short time frame controlled. Gold is entering its rollover period. Now, rollover for gold is kind of difficult to kind of gauge when the right day is going to be. So, of course, I'll be watching, monitoring, and letting you know when we should move into the February contract. All right, now we're still in Dece. The volume is largely still in Dece. The open interest is beginning to move over, so we're starting to get into rollover. So when I think about the market being in short time frame control, I'm going to start looking at short time frame levels with a little bit more importance, because the market is short time frame control. Those are the levels that are likely to be respected. The problem with that, my good friends, is there's usually going to be a lot of short time frame levels to look for. Where did we open? Well, we opened in value, in range. It was a B-shaped profile yesterday, which indicates long liquidation, which is supported by the loss in open interest. Well, when we have a long liquidation, we're taking initiative selling away from the market. And in short time frame control, that's going to be a little bit more impactful than when we have long time frame activity in the marketplace. So all of our longs that got out yesterday are probably ruining the fact that they got out, because the market is continuing to try and test higher. We've got a previous gap, weekly kickoff high, last week's high, naked point of control above us. What do we have below us? Well, we've got a lot of space before we're going to get into any signs of areas of weakness like last week's low or the naked point of control down here near the weekly kickoff low. So, looking at it this morning, I'm like, God, this market is just centrally located, like a tennis player waiting for the next lob back to him or her. So, interesting opportunities. Anything else I wanted to show? Oh,
I don't know. We're out of time here, Johnny. We gotta move ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Today is Thursday. We got Andre. We got MP coming on. Mick's going to be shoulder tap power players with the Dolby time. Hoag and Dolby going to be trading again here. Jack and Abby for Top Quiz. And we got Coach Vince, who's in the chat right now. Hello, Coach Vince, with our group coaching. All right, we're going to come back with Fast Market. We'll be right back. Sorry, Johnny.
Take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Let's have a good trading day.
God love you. God love everyone. And welcome back. I promised we'd be back. Yes, Fast Market. And let's get our ponies in the gate.
Let's go.
Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. Good morning, Andre. Good morning.
Morning. Let's get after it.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, community.
Harold's being eaten.
Johnny, what do we got? Help me out right out of the gate.
Here we
on blindly. Where's my blindfold?
Yes, man. Crack that whip.
So looking at this chart here, we had a lot of excess on the high yesterday on the daily chart. Okay. There's a big wick at the top of the daily chart yesterday, which sometimes can be a warning shot for a reversal.
Yep.
I'm looking at this as kind of a head and shoulders pattern. If we take out the low of the overnight session and show some participation down there, we could feasibly cover this whole gap that happened earlier this week.
Price levels, Johnny.
So our overnight low, 15,822.
15,822. Okay, that's overnight low. And then the gap,
right.
The gap goes from what to what? And anybody in chat right now that has levels, please share them.
Here we go.
Please share them with folks.
15,790 down to 15,589.
15,589. Tilt, not tilty. Tilt is 60.
Nope, not tilty.
Tilt done. 15,589.
589 is the bottom of the gap.
Gapper.
The gap.
NASDAQ pushing lower.
NASDAQ pushing lower. 822 is the low of today. 822 is right here right now.
Right.
Right here right now. Okay.
Right here,
so
right
out of the gate.
22.
Okay, cool. Out of the gate. This means what, John?
Who's not going?
The head and shoulders formation that we have here is kind of asymmetrical. So I'm really just kind of focusing on the overnight low to see if we accept below that for continuation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it didn't even want to touch the lows, did it?
No.
Wow.
No, and right now the S&Ps just broke to the upside as far as the opening range is concerned.
Yes, they did.
And again, I'm not prepared.
That was the play. Yeah.
I'm looking for shorts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just got into the opening range trade, not with the best trade location, we'll see what happens. I said I was going to take it every day this week.
Yeah.
15, 10 of 10.50, 15, 10, 50.
All right. I sold 2 at 53 quarter.
Right back down.
Yeah, NASDAQ did take out the high of the opening range, but we're really not seeing any real continuation here.
No.
I mean, my opinion is, for what it's worth, don't trade off of this. We're going to end up lower today.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. I got out 420. Eddie, puff.
Hey,
there it
it's
is.
not Friday yet. No, wait a minute.
It's coming.
It's coming. Okay.
I got that thing called Wake and Bake.
Yeah, they do.
I made muffins this morning.
What
I
kind?
woke up and I started baking. I don't know.
Oh, that kind.
There it is.
All right. Totally legal here in Colorado, just so we know.
Oh my God.
In Chicago.
And in Illinois, yeah.
And Chicago. And hey, what are you trying to do?
Okay, so guys, share your levels if you're in chat right. Well, you're probably in chat right now. If you're in chat right now, share your levels and why. That's the big thing that we do. I just asked John about levels, and I asked why. That's the name of the game when you're team trading.
Mike, are you sharing your screen?
I am not. Let me do that now.
Okay.
I just made up the 420. Shit, I gotta hold on. Let me put a position on. I'm down now. Oh, shit.
That's a negative 420.
There was one guy once upon a time that turned water into wine. Grass clippings into 420.
Yeah, well, is that your neighbor or is that last Saturday? Okay, where's my chat box? I can't see who's even chatting. Wow, that's a great short. We're not taking any heat on it. It did get a little tilty up there, guys. 60.
What was it? Long or short?
Was it long, really?
65 longs.
All right.
Heavy, yeah.
We're so 50-50 in the S&Ps now.
Heavy on the tab, Andre.
Heavy on the
tabs.
Yeah.
We got a lot of comments here, a lot of levels here getting shared in the chat.
What we got?
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. I would suggest that you take a look.
I got my eyes on this market. Yeah.
Becky's trading. She likes the NASDAQ 15,839 quarter and ES 4509. Estevaz short NASDAQ 15,4 or 15,846 75. Zeno NASDAQ 15,815 ES 4505. Okay, getting close. Becky and Benjamin. He's going for the 15,870s. He says inconsistency touch the high side liquidity, then drop.
Inconsistency touch the high side of liquidity and drop. That is good shit.
Yeah,
and the reason why I say that, guys, is like that's his perspective. Doesn't mean you should do anything that anybody else does. It's not the name of teach a man to
You guys
fish.
watching crude here. My goodness, what happened here?
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing the why.
Timber. Yeah. Yeah. Crude just ran through the 75. 74.13 right now. Go.
Eddie, people would be like, come on, man.
Yeah, I'm crushing it.
I love it. Do you got timber? I've been asking for timber. I used to always say timber when I had a position on. And I'm like, floor fall out, floor fall out, floor fall out, floor fell out. Timber.
So this would be expected behavior after Hoag. that we did yesterday. We're below last week's low. The next target, 73.15 weekly kickoff low.
Hey, Deanna, if you're in the chat, I know you say you tune in every now and then. Share some of your levels and then your why.
I would like to give some props to Three Lions for that oil.
3 Lions, like England.
3 Lions in a chat. What happened to oil?
Damn, Linda. Linda, nice trade on crude oil, up 3,300.
Yeah. Ooh.
Hey, weekly kickoff low. No money. Mo money. Sorry, sorry, nobody. Or Mo money. Jeez. Mo money. FX. Mo money. You got to change it. Mo money futures. FX is child's play.
What contract are you looking for? E-mini S&Ps, NASDAQ, crude?
Well, their username has FX in it, so I don't know. That's wrong.
What pair? Then I should ask what pair.
Ooh, baby.
NASDAQ keeps creeping lower.
Yes, it does. Can't hold a bid.
No,
I see Daruma in the chat here. Now, Daruma, you said did you pass the trading cattle? Was that you? You said you wanted that Stetson right away, but
the hat.
The hat. But he's saying
about around here.
Crude 300% is 74.55. 400 drop is 73.86.
All right,
and I'm measuring from the day high. Talk to me, Daruma.
Crude oil.
If you did indeed pass the combine just trading cattle, send an email to TopstepTV at topstep.com with your Topstep username. I will verify, and then we'll work on that.
We'll verify you the first, right, Jack? And then you get a Stetson. You get a nice hat.
It's a nice,
Yeah, I take all your guys' words, but I'm still going to check your account.
And you can put pins on it.
Yeah.
We give out pins. I don't know if you guys can see that. We give out pins for Payout Club. We're just starting all this, so I know I'm giving you guys like a way heads up. But it'll say like 5K club, 10K club. We have an individual, if he takes out a payout, pretty big name in the influencer world. Just hit it yesterday. I think he's made 100K just this week. God, I'm telling you, nobody here is the best trader. The best traders we have are the ones that we're funding. That's the tap on the shoulder.
Got a good story Jack's going to talk about a little later on.
Well, I'll tease it. It wasn't, just this week. This individual made $107,168 in the last 2 days. Yesterday, the day before.
I watched his Instagram when he was talking about it. I don't know if he got a little teary, but he did talk about how hard it is, and like paused and kind of did one of these, like in a way of like, I worked my ass off. Then he said he worked his ass off. Sifu, you might be
those
correct.
numbers are insane.
Sifu might be correct on who that is.
Jay
Banks might be correct on who that is.
Someone's been paying attention.
Yeah. Did you know he's in our fund? He's a funded trader. Did you guys know that? You're gonna find out who it is, but like I think a few of you already said it. People go to Topstep because it's legit. It's live trading. It's been around since 2010.
And the best looking crew on Topstep on the internet.
Money to buy.
All right.
Yeah. You got that one too?
Merry Christmas, Mike.
Yeah, those are the ones I asked for.
You did.
You guys got any sound effects you think would be cool? Throw them in here, and if we see a common theme, Eddie's a magic man.
Yes, he is.
Common theme. Okay.
Well, who said that? Eddie in chat. Danny Trades, aka Danny Gambles. Well, if we talk about gambling, as long as you can explain your trade and it makes sense, we're all taking a little bit of a gamble when we play the markets because there's a little bit of gamble in it. No, nothing's for sure, isn't that?
We don't know the outcomes.
I don't know what the next cards being thing, but if I'm sitting at there counting cards before I get kicked out by the pit boss, then I got a little edge. Got my why and why I got in.
Jim, I like that one. I think I've got it in my Rolodex. I'll add it to the party. It's the Lost in Space Danger.
Did you guys see what Dolby time Nick Dolby put in the chat when we were talking about FX? I thought it was pretty good. Anybody see that?
He's the man. What do you say?
FX traders buy cars, futures traders buy houses.
Hey, I like that.
Hey. And that's dead on the street. Go sit on your car.
Go sit on your car.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get a 60-inch TV in a car.
Well, they definitely try to.
They definitely tried it. Check this out. Oh, and I'm in the watch club. Oh.
All right, we got 50-50 in the tilt here. Looking around, looking for something. I'm down a couple already, but that's all right.
Did you put on something?
I did. I tried getting short off the open, but bad trade. Got in my face. Took my stop. Got stopped out, but keeping it light and tight. You know how it goes.
Oh, light and tight in the morning. I like that.
Yeah.
Pippy Banks, great job. Pippy Banks just passed 3 of those combines, and I got for $11.
3.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, I'm glad you have tons of people, tons. We have tons of new people taking advantage of the Veterans Day. It's not promotion. It's just like we what do we do? We gave some
celebration.
Thank you.
You know who signed up for a combine? SpongeBob, are you there? Hello?
Hello, Topstep.
Yeah, you signed up, right? You signed up?
Certainly did.
Yeah.
I signed up for the trading combine.
Are you ready? You ready?
Ready to learn, and I'm ready to trade, and I'm ready for anything.
Cool.
Trading, I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready.
All right, enough. Okay.
My kids are paying attention now. Yeah, that's how you get your kids into the markets.
We're going to fund a sponge.
Fund a sponge. All right. One trade out of the gate.
What'd you take?
I got short 53s. Technically, I wouldn't be taking any heat on it.
Light and tight.
Light and tight. See
Oh,
down
it's
here.
taking heat.
Yeah, 1, 2. Down here at the bottom. Oh, we're on Hoag screen.
How are we looking for speakers, data? Anything today?
Yeah, good call.
We got a lot. I mean, the thing is, it's we had our majors out.
Yeah.
Coming up here in about 30 minutes, we got Krosner speaking, Fed
Yep.
government. We're going to be having the Fed Waller speaking inside an hour. A lot of Feds here today. Barr's going to be speaking. No, not Ramsden. I'm sorry. As far as anything, 11 o'clock today, another FOMC member, Mester, will be speaking. So a lot of people speaking speaking today. I think that's about it.
It's gonna start ramping up here as the day goes on.
Oh, you never know what they might say.
I know. Yeah, you don't.
Just like John says, you know, anything can happen.
ACH.
ACH.
All right, a lot of wicks in these candles, at least in the 5 minutes. So we're chopping around right now. Staying patient. Trades by Matt would say let the dust settle off the first 15 minutes. So we're about to close in on that. We will keep a tight eye on this, see if this market wants to pick a direction. Maybe return. We're right by settle.
I'm missing all my moves here in gold.
Yeah, how's gold looking?
Gold just took off again. I need to focus.
It's
You got a lot
best
of
to
balls
keep
in
your
there, Yadi.
focus on your trades and hands off your bat pole.
Yeah, I know.
Killing it. Killing it,
Okay.
Andy.
So, yeah, I'm short right now from 43s. Got a little early. I would like to back at 53s.
You got short again.
Rude, man.
Got short again up here. It's been rangy.
Yeah.
It's been rangy, and this is the high of the range, or whatever you want to call it.
I got thrown out.
Yes, it has in range. I'm looking at
Tossed.
what you're looking at.
I got tossed.
Oh, we're gonna run.
Hey, Andre, check the tab.
I'm checking the tab.
Check the
You know
total.
what you did, Hoag.
Check the total and on the sell side.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
So we got the tilt 53%. That's not heavy. And now I'm taking heat on this. If this
What's your position, Michael?
09s. 09s.
47.
You're short.
Yeah, but it's growing
Gotcha.
legs. So I just
Opening
got
range is still the dead ass low.
I'm watching spoos.
all right, I got out of it.
Market's being a little stubborn right now.
Opening range still the dead ass low.
Got out of it. got out of it, and then flipped it. So I'm back scratch on the day.
I'm gonna run it up.
I had to give it a good college try.
Yeah. No, me too. All right, here come the buyers.
Hey, what levels are up here? Just so we're
All right. Let me bring up the.
Good job getting out, Michael.
yeah, I'm back in.
So, your overnight high in the NASDAQ is 15,883 quarter.
15,883 quarter.
83 quarter.
If it comes back up, I'm gonna get that. I like it from the 15,883 quarter.
You got settlement at 15,889 quarter.
All right, I'm back up 420. All right,
Uh-oh.
Eddie, puff.
Mike,
420. Oh, 430. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Don't touch it. There you go.
I like the
Mike,
short.
you
I got in way too early.
you trade the way Patrick Mahomes plays football. I love it.
Oh,
Like
side. I'll have a
passes,
side.
Freestyle.
Whipping it.
style.
I'll have a sidearm trade. I'll have a sidearm trade in here shortly, Jack. We're getting 66% Nasdaq's getting long. That's getting on the closer on the tilt because it was tilty at the 65 this morning.
Jack, I'm logged a deuce here at 1982.9.
Nice, Eddie.
82.
Hoag, if it rips back up to the 83, 15, 883.
Well, yeah, that overnight high is that 883.
I know. Man, that's me not studying right there. Damn, you're right. Got to study up. I get in too late, but I got to get up way
And
too
you're
early.
in gold,
Yeah,
long.
long a deuce.
Okay, you got you're going to close the gap up here at 1985 half probably.
You know what, man? I'm gonna lay one off here.
I'm gonna
I'm not working.
Hey,
here.
Ralphie
I'm not gonna work here anymore.
Yeah.
All right, still like the shorts. Damn, this is tough to get in right now.
Yeah, it is.
53% long in the Nasdaq, or sorry, in the Dow.
65 in NASDAQ.
Jeez, yes. 65 in Nasdaq. Give me a pop. Show me a pop, and I'll show you a short.
I mean, ES is still anything that's like not
Wow.
60 or higher is even to me.
Agreed.
But it's coming up to settlement. I like the settlement play. And if it's weak, it's going to come short of sell it. I feel as though it's going to come short of settlement.
Definitely got to test settle.
Tilt is getting tilty.
Tilty.
NASDAQ tilt.
All right, I'm short.
I mean, the S&P is 53% long, 46% short. That's even to me.
Yep.
No tilt, not tilty, tiltless, tiltimonium.
I like the 65.
Tiltapalooza.
I'm too early.
All right, back to focusing on the chat. Sorry, folks.
Too early.
I'm flat. Yeah, Jack, I'm flat.
Too early.
All right, we're running.
You are.
Mm-hmm.
83s.
That's why, as a general rule, when the opening range is the low of the session, I look for longs.
Uh-huh. I'm
When it's
fading
the
that.
high of the session, I look for shorts.
I'm fading that right now. I understand. I understand what I'm doing. I'm talking it out. I'm getting in because I like the shorts up here. It's return to settlement. Just touched it. Just pulled back. The return to settlement play that I do like. Did get in early. Who the hell gets in at 67s? I did. 63s. I did the first time. Kind of does a stair step up. Short two from up here or down here or right here. I'm going to take one off because I'm in the money on it.
That's quick, dude. NASDAQ just moves.
It is the Mahomes.
It is.
The markets.
All right, I'm out of it. So, John, you're liking it from the long side. And you like it?
Legs.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'd sure like to see us take out the overnight high in the S&Ps here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got the settlement it touched.
Yep.
You got an old high right here around the 15,900s. 906s, 905s. You got a 50 period moving average
Yep.
at the 22s. The 20s and the 80s, Matt Miller talked about, and I actually agree with him. When it goes through the big fat round numbers, it kind of pushes through. And another 20 handle move is another big rip after it already pushes through. The even numbers, and I say even, it's 15,900, 15,800. It's just something to watch.
Our own Dolby time looks at the same thing. When he trades, I think mostly crude, but he looks at the 20s and the 80s.
20, yeah. It's just something. It's interesting. Look, there's so many active traders in the you call it the retail world. I would say but whatever, they trade the NASDAQ, so
That's where the action is.
it is. All right. Glad I got out. So you don't get married to a position. For me,
There you go.
for you, whomever, just trade within your plan. Hasn't hit my stops yet. Oh yeah, it did once, twice.
How'd you trade yesterday, Patak?
I traded pretty well. Closed the day out up.
Good.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, I found a couple of opportunities later on in the session and made a little bit. I got so screwed up yesterday because I lost internet and it sent me into a tizzy.
Yeah, that's sketchy.
Yeah, start drinking the fizzy, John.
All right, see if we can break out here.
Yeah, this thing's showing some strength. Okay,
It
so
is.
out of the gate, you guys can see it didn't. Well, at first we were saying it couldn't catch a bid, and then it did, and caught a bid right when it broke out of this little range that we've had since overnight, right?
For 10 minutes, I was down money in this trade. I've been in this trade for over 20 minutes now. And for the first 10 minutes, it was down. But we never took out the low of the opening range.
Nope.
Hey, who's got levels up here in the chat on the NASDAQ, and say why? Because I don't have anything above the 83s. And John,
Well, yeah, you do.
oh, I mean, I do on my moving averages, level wise.
Well, yesterday's volume point of control.
All right, here we go. POC.
The TPO point of control was 906.
Okay, there's up at the 900s. Okay,
Right.
That also matches up to a what is it? A old high. Old high. That's the old high.
Okay.
Over here, right? That's
Yeah. I got it
Tuesday's
sitting.
high.
I got it sitting on my chart. I'll stay on yours, but I got it sitting on mine because it paused on it yesterday. It hit it again, sold off through it like butter.
Yeah.
Came back and touched
It was supportive for the first half and then resistant for the second half.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
level.
906, and then what do you have above that?
Then we would be looking at value high
Okay.
from yesterday. TPO value high, 948.
948.
Got a few traders here mentioning that point of control 15,898.
890.
898.
Whoa, 98. Is that John? 98. Now we're between 80.
That's the volume point of control. I see it as 15,897.
No, come on. Same thing, John.
Yeah, everything's a zone. Right.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so it's up at the highs. We're all at their highs. We're getting high up here.
Heads up.
The markets are getting high up here on the highs.
They are. We're rallying.
We've said too much about those jobs.
S&P's testing the overnight high right now. We just traded through it.
Mikey.
And pushing.
Yeah, but I think we're all cheering right now. It's too obvious in the trade, right?
Yeah.
Good Lord, man. Good Lord.
Good Lord.
Just gotta stay patient. Oh yeah, here we go. There's some
There we
stops.
go.
All right, 86s is already past the 83s, but we got the 06s.
They're cooking.
Okay, so we're going to move our stop, which I don't typically do, but I want the market to hold over. Why is this doing this?
You trying to lock in profits, John?
Yeah, I want the market to hold over the overnight low.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we're running.
That's how you pick a settlement. Nope.
Yep. The tab says
906. Wow.
pushing.
Oh, shit.
What, John?
I just fat fingered and got out of that trade.
Don't worry, it's probably get out.
Profit.
Profit. Yeah, you're in the money on that one.
Yeah. Watch the professionals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's itchy fingers all over, and you will double click, you would triple click. I don't know how else you do it.
What up,
What's
Pat
your
Wheeler?
P&L, Mr.
God's
Fatfinger?
sake.
Topstep X is going to allow you to have keyboard or whatever hotkeys.
All right, still running.
Son of a.
If you get a better entry, will you get back in, or you just take it?
If I do get a chance to reload, as Randolph, my brother, says, we could do that.
Man. All right. Light and tight. Eddie, we already got the you don't take the show serious feedback yesterday.
Oh, that's a beauty.
We don't take trading serious. I don't know.
One person.
I've been talking trading this whole time and in markets and working with chat, all our traders in the chat room on their levels, and be able to have fun all at the same time. Is that possible?
You know what? It softens the stress.
It does.
I mean, it keeps you loose. It keeps the blood flowing.
Yep.
I mean, we all learned this on the trading floor too. I mean, talk about the highest of stress you possibly can have on the trading floor. I mean, that was nutso. I mean, it was like, every man for himself, right?
Yeah.
When the bell hits, just start kicking and swinging and punching. I mean, the thing is, we've sort of brought that into the Topstep TV, where I know the majority of you enjoy what's going on and the camaraderie, and we have little jokes here and there. Lighten things up, okay? Lighten up, man. All right. So,
Dude,
like I say, I mean, if you don't like it, bounce.
Well, I used to tell a joke like 1 minute before the opening bell.
Hey guys, it's getting tilty right now. Sorry, John. 65%
Okay.
S&P,
No,
70% Nasdaq.
We're focusing on trading here.
Yeah, this could put to new highs.
72%.
Yeah, I'm long or short,
Yeah.
but I think there's some buyers like joining this move, and John's one of them. Are you back in, John?
No.
Down 300.
No, I wish I was still in, but now I don't have the trade location, so I'm going to be patient. Something will come to me later on.
Right.
Yes, it will, dude. It's getting more tilty.
Hey, what was the 98s again? We talked about the 98s.
98s. Let's take a look here into the NASDAQ. 98s. Well, we were looking at volume point of control from yesterday.
Got it. All right. So got one thing, volume point of control. Got another thing, move through settlement. But there is always this return back to settlement and heavy on the tilt.
Yep. Got Fed governor speaking here in a minute.
Thank you, Eddie.
God. Okay.
And housing market index, minor number. All right, let's get that number out, and I think Jack's got some news for us, so we'll check that out here in a second.
How we looking, Jack?
We're looking good. I'll wait for the number, though.
You got it.
The National Association of Home Builders Housing Market Index.
It's an enormous number.
Yeah, I know.
Ginormous.
All right, I'm out.
Oh.
All right, number coming out here.
New bar.
Show me a pop to those sixes.
I'm expecting 40, coming in at 34. 34. And Lower than expected should for the dollar. There you have it.
All right. Speaking of numbers, we want to throw some news up here. We probably discussed earlier. Sorry, I got like a frog in my throat today.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
I know, right? Allergies this time of year, dryness. Speaking of dry, the job market, jobless claims are at their jump to the worst level of the year. And I think I saw some places the worst in almost 2 years. So this kind of plays into the idea that a lot of people are making their base case that the Fed will pause and then cut perhaps as soon as March. Yeah.
March now they're talking about cuts?
Well, there's probabilities priced in. I don't have it right in front of me at the moment, but it's raising. That's what's boosted stocks.
Yep.
As Eddie mentioned earlier, Biden and Xi met yesterday.
Yep.
Not a ton out of it, but good to see some communication at least. Actually, there was one good thing to come out of it, which was pandas.
Oh, are we getting Are we getting the pandas back?
Yes, they were getting more Panda Express.
Very good.
That we will get new pandas, with Xi calling them envoys of friendship between the Chinese and American people. And I like it, as this is an indicator, as Alexander points out here, we are, I cannot stress enough, so back. The pandas are back.
Yes, we are.
Buy stocks.
The relations are fine now.
Yeah.
I'm over trading.
Okay.
Fired up.
Take a break.
Yep.
Take a break.
Patrick Williams says 900 breaks, C920s. We were talking 6s. We were talking 22s. So there's a patience there. Mm-hmm. There's a buildup of growing legs happening. Feels like it's happening. Guys, you know why I say feels like? Because I don't know. Nobody knows for sure. So it's like, it's going to do this. You don't know. Don't talk like that. Then you get people, like you're directing something, their thoughts or their bias. So sharing perspectives is what I like to do. Or it's been doing this works because that's past tense.
I've said that before.
So,
okay, I'm short 2 here.
Yeah.
At gold 82.97 here. I'm watching the dome here, and I tell you, the tug of war here is back and forth. We're sort of out in no man's land here right now.
Panda rally.
So, Michael, what I think we're looking at here in the NASDAQ is potential reacceptance of value yesterday, which could bring us all the way up to that 950 level. Where's value high? Right around 950. But we've got to be able to really kind of hold above 882. There's that 880 level.
880 level.
Yeah.
Right here, right now.
Okay. Right here, right now.
Soup Dragons? Was that Soup Dragons?
What? I thought that was you too. No?
No.
No, that's not you too. Come on.
We've been off with our music lately.
It's a Stones tune, I think, that the Soup Dragons redid.
That's not Sheryl Crow?
It's Counting Crows. I want to
Counting Crows.
related to Sheryl Crow.
All right. Now it's showing my weakness that I was looking for. A little bit.
Good question from Jared in the chat, was asking if we had a resource to talk about what the markets will do in reaction to certain numbers, say if CPI is up or down. And I think that's a good conversation to have, because the answer is it can go either way with either print. It depends on expectations of what the Fed will do, expectations of what the economy is doing.
Yes. What the implications are of a high print or a low print. It gets tricky when bad news is good news and good news is bad news. That's the tricky part.
All right. Crap Face says it was Jesus Jones. That's right. Jesus Jones.
Crap Face.
Nice name.
That's awesome.
Or C-Rap Face, maybe. I don't know. We'll call you C-Rap Face.
Were people talking about what tilt is in there? Can we get an answer to them?
Yeah, we should probably explain it at least once a day or twice a day.
Yeah. Right.
Throw it up, guys. Throw it up.
Yeah, throw it up. We'll do it again. James, you want to throw it up there?
Are we tilty right now?
No, we were. So I just wanted to.
We're fitty.
I've been trading tilt. What is tilt? It's a real-time snapshot of sentiment. This is bias. This is of all top step traders with. We need to update that with an current open position. So let's edit that with a current because it's very important. With a current open position.
Right.
Because you're like, oh, well, what does that mean? All traders yesterday? No, it's
Current.
real-time snapshot, which I get it. You're like, okay, that makes sense. But like open position. So right now, thousands of open positions. And out of all those open positions in the NASDAQ, 58% of those open positions are long. 60%, 61%, 64%.
What's growing as the market rallies?
See how it's rallying? 67%. I didn't even know it was rallying, and I'm 69%. All right, get short one. Watch. Okay, I'm short one. It's now tilty a bit on the 70% level. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right. The herd majority of people have been getting long. The 30% of people that are short are here, 71%. This is getting tilty. Average price is 77th. So I got short 98. So all these longs are at least 20 handles in the money. Average price of longs is 77. So that means I'm in 98. They're up. So this is giving
71%.
71, 72%. This is paying them.
Yep.
Right now. This is paying the majority of traders. Now, will they get out right now and take profits? I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like, that's it. Okay, so now it's pulling back just a
I got stopped out.
Okay, Eddie.
Okay.
You didn't get hurt too bad, did you?
Yeah, pretty much. You know, John, I did something. I fat fingered it. I thought I had less. I thought I had less on than I did.
So I added to my position because it's pulled back off that wick high. It was just 72%. I just told you guys there were 30 handles in the money. I got short.
You catch
3.
it?
I caught it 3. I had a 1 on to feel it, and then it broke. Floor fell out from underneath it. Now I'm in it. Now I'll take 1 off, and
that was a nice entry.
And then I'll look to take another off. But I don't really want to take another one off yet. I have 2 on. My break even's 97. And I could put it. See, we went up to 06s, John.
Yep.
We were talking 06s.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to take 1 more out. Now I'm going to let 1 run. All right, so I got back up. I got back up, and here's my 1 right here. Boom.
Nice job.
Sit back. Hey, let's have a conversation, guys. I'm not. If it hits,
you read order flow.
If it hits it, it hits it. That's why I traded the
Tilt 50-50.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Look at the sell off, guys. That right there. Cut that whole clip, and tilt is going to be in Topstep X. I'm going to cover down here. I got 97. See, the longs are all long from 77. Now they're back at 77. Now they're taking heat. Now they're taking heat. Now they're pissed off. They're like, God bless it. I just had 30 handles in the money. Now I'm scratched. Now what are they going to do?
Puke.
It's going to float around the 77s possibly. I don't know. It's going to make you think it's going to go back up. I don't know. It's going to start taking a little heat on it if you're long. These are the longs I'm talking about. Now it is 47, guys. Boom. I'm going to get out. There you go. So the reason why I wanted to show you guys that was a perfect scenario on tilt. Does it always happen that way? No, but it gives you great pivot point entries because it's when people get too long or too short. That is the power of tilt. Topstep X will have it in there. We'll remove it from the top of the screen. We will eventually charge for it. You're going to get it free for an amount of time. It is data that we get from everybody here. It does help on basically we pay our XF express funded account traders because we deem their data more valuable than combine data because they've proven themselves.
Yes.
So that's why we pay them out. They start kicking ass, tap on the shoulder, they get brought up live. That's how we manage our risk, and that's how we believe that the sim funded account is very, very valuable to all of us because it's data that is not available anywhere or shared. And Topstep, it will be. We're the only company that does that.
Michael, there's another example of how tilt worked last what was it, Tuesday? We were just finishing up the fast market and we saw that the NASDAQ was heavy short 75%. I noted it then. Look where it's gone. Look where it went the rest of the day. I mean, it just kept going.
Yep. But there's also points, and guys, nothing is for sure. And I'm also going to say don't use it. Nothing is for sure, and it's not going to work. So all those are in the disclaimer.
It's not the silver bullet, but there's just extreme value in knowing that information in real time.
We did it in the pit
every time.
Nothing does, but it's just you just saw how highly valuable it can be.
Yeah, so we got to vote in here. What Topstep X feature are you most excited about? Now we have over 1,000 people already on it, and we keep adding more every day. See the sell-off, can't hold a bid because you got a bunch of these longs in here. They're still stuck. Right now they got long up there, but the average price was 77, so now it's floating around 77. Now imagine if you were long right here, guys. You'd be like, damn, I was just 30 handles in the money, but it's going to go back up. Now you're getting a little married. Right? Now you're getting married to this. Watch the floor fall out from underneath these guys. If it follows through, if this would be a perfect tilt scenario, and you're going to flush them all out. Now they're taking heat. Now they're taking almost 10 handles heat. Now they're taking 10 handles heat. Now they're pissed. Now think about the herd, the majority of people that were long from 77. That's what I'm trying to get us to focus on. That's it, is how you would be if that happened to you. And now everybody was you because you were part of the majority of 72% long. Now, but it's only 44% bias now. But it's still 77%. 77. Yeah, it's flat.
All right.
I got out a little early, but that's okay.
Dude, tilt, it's a short time frame type of trade.
So people are, why do you fade your traders here? I'm not fading traders. Actually, I'm going with the minority. I don't trade the majority. I used to be the majority, and sometimes I get caught in it. The majority, it's like the easy trade. It's going up because all these things are aligning. Has that ever been like, like my batting average on that one is pretty low when everything is like, it's such an easy trade to take. I'm off myself.
Well, lesson learned here, folks. I was up at my range, $300-400. I'm very happy with that. I had also fat fingered and did not realize it, and went to watch the chat, and went back in, and now I'm down 460. So, shame on me.
Just work yourself back to your break even 420.
Call it a day.
420.
Why so serious?
So the poll, because Topstep X is going to be released to the public.
What they want?
It's actually pretty across the board.
Pretty even distribute. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't add free commission or zero commissions or no commissions. No commissions, but you will have exchange fees, NFA's fees. Those are two things that prop firm gets hit with. We need to have you guys showing us you can trade.
Nothing else you can do about that.
There's nothing you can do about it. Go trade, woozy woos if you want to.
What are woozy woos?
It's just make believe shit. You ever watch what is it?
Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street. McConaughey. Woozy woos. Fairy dust.
They're not real.
Well, it did the return to settlement play that I also was thinking about up there. It extended itself past it. John, you did say it was entering value area, but it touched it. It touched it, right?
It touched it. It one bar closed inside of it.
Uh-huh. So
that's a degree of acceptance. We had another 30-minute bar closing inside of it. That's acceptance.
There you go. So while I was trading, I had both my charts up, my tilt up, and my buddies up in my ear. And I had the information going into my eyes and into my ears, and then you have to be a trader after that.
That's right.
Now, I'm going to have losing days, so just because I'm up right now, I'm only up, whatever. But we're talking it out.
Your energy is different when you're up.
Somebody just said that.
I saw that.
Isn't yours too?
100%.
Yeah, that's what we have to manage too, right?
Be a robot, but it's hard to be a robot in this game.
I know. But when you're ripping, when you're carving up the market, I don't know if there's anything. But you talked about a one-time under. What's better, hitting a walk-off home run, buzzer beater, catching a Hail Mary?
Going on a hot streak in trading.
Nothing like it. Just don't go on that cold streak. Because you shouldn't have to. You told me that too, Andre. You shouldn't have to pay such a high tuition or to the markets, and it shouldn't. Yeah, we all have bad days. Just don't make them ugly.
We crawled so everyone can walk. How about that?
There you go. I like that one.
All right, looks like they're trying to sell it off. I don't see Tilt's doing anything.
Now it's starting to get a little short now. You guys see the Tilt running 60% shorts. So traded all the way down to the longs break even. The longs now their average price is 78, but there's only 40% of them bias. 40% of the open positions are to the long side.
Yeah.
And this is just me sharing an indicator. You guys share yours. We like to read about yours and the why.
Yeah, the more indicators we get lined up, the better we can get our price entries and get into trades.
Yeah, Hoagland's our value profile.
He's the guru. He's the guru.
I don't chart it, and I kind of have it on my charts, but I don't actively try to dissect it. That's what I have my trading buddy for. So always get a trading buddy if you can find one.
Well,
Hey, we got some time for yesterday's best. Jack, you got those set up? We can do yesterday's best.
We certainly can.
Michael, you got a low volume note in the NASDAQ at 856.
Okay, I got you down here.
Damn.
Yeah.
I guess the secret's out now.
Really quick, that was the 53s and the 56s. No, 63s. Go ahead, Jack. Sorry, it's the wrong price.
Well, no problem. You're going to want to take a look at this, Michael. We're showing the yesterday's best
Jeez.
P&Ls with the best day ever at Topstep, I believe.
My goodness.
Goodness, yeah.
This is Danny's trade. Danny trades. He's a pretty big influencer. He shares the screen. Crushed it.
Yeah, really. 73,366. We got two. I hope I pronounced that right.
Oh, that's a good year.
I was going to say, man.
16,623. Chung, 12,822. Martin, 11,094. And Jung, 8,840. Those are our express funded account yesterday's best. Good job.
That is incredible trading.
Yeah, man, that's how you put up numbers. Yesterday's market was not the easiest either.
No, 73 in a day.
We're breaking.
All right, here's your 50 somethings, Johnny.
Yeah.
We need that one, Andre.
Right, dude. We should just record them and feed them to Eddie so he can put it on the soundboard.
Right.
High of the opening range is 850. Your low volume node 853, 856. Let's say 855. We're right there. Back in the opening range here, and then in the S&Ps.
I got long 59s, and here's why. Because I have a 20 handle stop, and you're talking about the 50s, and the market does get close to numbers. And
S&Ps are kind of tilty.
They are getting short right now. That's another thing. The shorts are heavier right now. See the tilt? Boom.
What's a heavy number, Michael?
65 or more.
70, 75.
80% is a code red.
Code red, yeah.
Code red. I like that.
It's yeah.
You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth. Ooh, did you authorize the code red?
You're goddamn right I did.
It tried. All right, I'm out.
What, the long?
Yeah, it tried 59s, and then it came like a 6-handle little pop, but then it was like running out of steam. I think I can.
I think I can. I think I can't. See that excess on the high in the daily chart yesterday in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. I don't want to take this long now.
I know. I just did again. But here's where I would enter right now. Here's where I would.
Paper trade this.
Yeah, here's why I'm a little nervous to enter right now, because then I'm adding to a loser. Losers add to losers, but areas are okay. Like if I already get stopped out, or if I take my stop off and I'm adding. There are on a majority of time for me, it's losers add to losers, or winners add to winners. I've heard that one.
Hey, what's the difference between adding to a loser and dollar cost averaging?
Dollar cost averaging is effing. It's investing.
Okay. Same.
It's investing. It's
Just
not
wondering. I'm just food for thought.
It's
That's all.
investing.
Okay.
Dollar cost average. I'm like,
I'm
then
just
put it in
asking.
your long-term portfolio. I don't know. But there's an area, John, and Andre, we've talked about areas like, 59, 50s. It just went down to, what did it go down to?
Yeah, it's
46.
it's accumulating an inventory in a zone.
In a zone. Yeah.
I know.
But it's a kind of a thin line between accumulating an inventory in a zone and adding to a loss.
Yep.
The zone has to be
Told me.
predetermined, and you have to know where you're getting out.
That's right.
Your brother calling me and saying, we're going to get long the 4300s, and then we're going to get
Why
long
does he
the
talk? He doesn't talk
4000s.
like that. He doesn't
He
talk
doesn't
like that.
I know. I shouldn't say that. I love him. I talk it as an investment guy.
I got you.
Not a financial advisor. You gotta get along because it's different. And when you talk to financial advisors and you've been trading your whole life, you're like, all right, dude. Yeah. But I have mad respect. I don't do long term stuff. He does it all. But he's like, we're gonna get along 4200s, we're gonna get along 400s, and we're gonna get along 30, and we're gonna load up at 3800s. I'm like, I like that, but I would. That sounds like cannonballing.
Yep.
Right.
Oh wow, that just maybe just fade and tilt is the play today. That paper trade would have worked perfect.
That paper trade, yeah, I know. Well, so far 10 handles. I don't think 10 handles is a total convicted move, but
Man, if I had any intestinal fortitude, I would have
building
taken
up.
it long down there. It was so cheap.
I know, guys. I told you I got in early.
Bless it.
I got in early, and it only went down to 47. So my weak ass got out of that one without taking.
Bounce that shit right off that. Wow.
That's what we were talking about. And I missed it because I got a little spooked out.
Well, the number wasn't.
Talked about that reload. I mean, overall, my bias is short, but that was such a cheap opportunity.
Yeah.
Should have jumped on it.
Hopefully, you guys are benefiting from this. I know I'm benefiting from the chat
Definitely.
updates.
John, you got the FOMO, and I'm trigger shy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm shaky, Eddie.
It's not FOMO. My bias is to the other side, and but right now the market is saying, you got to buy against the opening range. It's still the low.
Well,
You had a nice cheap opportunity there. Should have taken it. Yeah, should have.
I'm with you, John. Bias to the
There's
downside.
something to learn from it. Anytime you say that, there's something to learn from it.
hey, Monica has held the NASDAQ and made, is that 3 million?
Huh?
3,000 K? Monica, I'm trying to understand if that's your portfolio. If it is,
Okay.
if it is, that's awesome.
Yeah.
If it is at Topstep and you're funded, we haven't heard about it. If you're in a combine, you already
Tap your
passed.
monitor.
You already passed.
Yeah.
Jack, you got some more goodies for us.
Yeah, I wasn't able to Photoshop MP's head in quick enough, but James, you can hit it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man, look at that.
Well done, production.
That is awesome. Nice work, guys.
Well done.
What a bounce, guys. Remember we talked about the area and getting in early, and John was talking about it. Andre said paper trade, and he was right. I was like, I'm not adding to this. All I need is the floor to fall out. Now I'm down 1,000 on the day, and I've been already over trading a little bit.
You're down a G, or you just should have if you did.
No, I'm up $175. I was thinking that in my head and it spooked me out.
Dinner on you.
I know. Look at
John,
this, guys. That's a bounce. We were just calling it down there.
Chris Kringle's asking, John, any chance you can give us thoughts on how the crude is shaping up? Does the big initial balance give better options for two-sided?
Okay, so the big initial balance. Let's see how big it really is. All right. That is a big initial balance. So what that states is the bigger the initial balance, the more energy it's going to take to trade outside of it. It just traded out down below it, already showing potential signs of rejection outside of it. So when you have a huge initial balance like this, I mean, we're talking 200 points, at least 200 points initial balance. That's a big initial balance. Think of it like trying to knock over a pyramid. A narrow initial balance, like knocking over a lamp. It's much easier to knock over a lamp, try and knock over a pyramid. So it's indicating that the range today isn't likely to extend much beyond the initial bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that said, the market loves to make a liar out of me. Just see how things play out throughout the day. Always something to learn.
Thanks, Johnny. Hey, 4 minutes, boys and girls. Fed Waller's going to be speaking, and if you're trading natural gas, you got 4 minutes there too. 9 minutes coming up here. Fed Chairman for Supervision Barr going to be speaking.
Thank you for that.
Look at that bounce.
Both ways.
Hey, can we get an update, Jack, on Danny's trades? I'm hearing
What, for today?
For today, let me go check with Mick on that. I was going to add earlier, we moved on, that he's the first person I can remember that, we have a lot of traders, funded traders, and this is the first person to be number one on that day's best list 2 straight days.
Yeah, and let's try to give him a call and see if he wants to get on right now.
See what I can do.
Thanks, buddy.
Awesome.
That's assuming he's done for the day, and
There's a lot of assumptions there, man.
done for the day. Wants to talk today. Wants to talk today.
Yeah. But hell, that's what we do here live on Topstep TV.
Yeah. We need a little phone call icon and put his picture there, like they do on ESPN.
When they're dialing in.
Yeah.
All right. 4 minutes till speaker.
Oh my God. All right. You missed a trade.
You were ready to trade today, man.
It's been sort of on, and I'm only up $175. But I've talked every trade out and feel good about the day. John, you're helping. Andre, you're helping.
Dude,
Eddie, Eddie, those noises are so fucking destructive. I'm joking.
Oh.
I'm joking. I was trying to stop myself with whatever. I absolutely love them. I'm just teasing you, buddy.
$5 fine right there.
You're my boy.
Hello.
Let's see. What's the next sound effect?
I'm in the crosshair.
I don't think
something to eat. Drive you out
I'm
to
in
the
the
middle of
crosshair.
nowhere, leave you for dead. No.
I don't think Danny's going to want to come on with all these potty mouths.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he gets a little loose. Eddie, did you guys know Eddie was known as Kid Comedy? That's why I love him so much. Well, I love him because I've been friends with him for 13, 14 years, right? Eddie? No, longer than that because I've been trading that. Yeah, that was when we started Top Step. It's 13. Eddie was employee number 1, I'd say. Right, Eddie? I mean, we had
I got a call, and I'm like, my wife is like, it sounds fun. Eddie
was commentating for like esports, like before it was esports, right?
Right.
And it was just like, damn, you're good. And then everybody loved him on the floor. And then he was just hilarious. And also he does stand-up comedy. I mean, there's so many things that, again, check the boxes off. And I'm like, hey, Eddie, you want to run this thing I call Squawk Radio? And it's yours. And he crushed it.
It was fun. It was a definite great idea. Brilliant.
I'd say this is a new and improved Squawk Radio.
I was just going to say, this is the evolution.
This is the evolution,
yes. Yeah. A lot of people on the floor didn't think we had the right idea.
Oh, my God.
Right now, they're selling used cars.
They are selling used cars.
Dinosaurs, man. Graveyard. Yeah. Of course they didn't think that.
They're broke and selling used cars. And, that's not knocking on them. It's just like you got to make a decision at that moment in time. And in the pits, Eddie, you knew that too. And Hoag, it started getting thin. A lot of more volume went to the screens. I don't know. I mean, and everybody kept saying the pits are dying. They eventually did.
They started that in about 95.
What's
they
that?
Just put that fear. These pits are going to be closing. And every year it was like, next year. And then obviously they did. But it took a while. It took a while.
Here we are.
Gotta have a good time with you guys every morning.
Yeah,
every morning here.
I need to take some days off, but
TV.
I hate taking days off.
No days off.
No days off.
All right, 1 minute inside.
It should be like No Doses motto. No days off.
That's a Bill Belichick thing. No days off.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why. I mean, not this season, but like, is he saying that this season, his team, or is his team good this season?
No, back when they were kicking ass when they were winning, there's no days off.
A lot easier to say those type of lines.
Yeah, when you had Tom Brady.
Yeah, when the wind's behind you in your sail.
Yep.
All right, we're right here at settlement. I talk about return to settlement. It's an interesting strategy. If you're like, hey, what strategy do you guys implement? I don't know. When the markets open up and they're away from settlement. That's the yellow line that John has right there. That dotted yellow.
We got tilts 50-50.
Natty gas coming in at 60 million here versus the 40 expected. And in 4 minutes, yes, more Fed speakers. Vice Chair Barr is going to be speaking. And in 13, about a half an hour here, we got our Kansas City Fed manufacturing.
PC.
So we're pretty booked here. Mester's going to be speaking. Cook's going to be speaking. I think that might be it for today. We shall see. We shall see.
JM SIBO, I think you're right. I think it still has a pit.
Does it?
I was just
Yeah, they do because Santelli's preparing from there now.
Yeah, there's that Euro-dollar pit, Andre, is still at the 4th floor at Chicago Board of Trade. And then we were just looking at office space, more office space there, which this could be really, really cool of what we're trying to get is floor retail, not retail,
First floor,
sidewalk, ground level, little spot in the corner of Chicago Board of Trade to put the show there. You never watch like CNBC or whatever, you see those people walking in the background going like that. You'll be able to do that. You'll be able to come there and just do that to us.
More eggs on the window. Breakfast.
We are indeed real people.
Dakota, I don't know. I'm not a bull yet, I guess. Wait for the world to crash.
Has FP become a bull yet? Never, man. Never.
We'll be a lot closer to series too.
Yeah, it will be a lot. We'll be next series, but
you guys can join us for a drink.
We're working it out with the building. The building got a bunch of money to make a museum down there. So those that don't know, the building is absolutely beautiful. And it's at the very end of LaSalle Street, which is the main street in Chicago. It'd be like the main street. You're like, oh, what about Mag Mile? Go buy some clothes there.
This is financial district.
Yeah, this is the financial district.
Is that cigar place still there? Or did they
yes.
close it down?
Oh,
There
yeah.
were 3 people there when I was touring last week.
Jack Schwartz.
Jack Schwartz. That's what it is.
That's right. Schwartz.
How long? That place has been there forever, right?
Oh, yeah, my God.
For as long as I've been going there, and that was like 1970.
I used to buy my chew there. Yeah.
Any headlines from the speaker?
Nothing yet. I'm not
Nothing
showing
yet?
anything
Okay.
here.
That's what sucks about trade when when these guys are talking. It's
brutal.
Brutal.
But hey, that's what we're here for. We got Eddie always giving us updates inside 5 minutes, within a minute. So,
Got the community, too. I mean,
Hell
this is
yeah.
all about team, baby.
That's right.
Williams made no comment on monetary policy outlook.
All right. Good talk.
No.
Okay, good talk.
Good talk.
Good. What have we done?
Hey, Addison, don't be bummed. Oh, my God, can't believe I hit my daily loss limit. It happens. Don't worry about it. Daily loss limits also don't break your account, so you'll be able to live to trade another day. Go for a walk, go for a run, make a sandwich. Do something read a book, do something that improves your life is what I would always do after I bust it out for the day. So don't worry about it.
Yeah. Brush it off, kid.
Gotta do something nice for yourself. We work hard at this. You deserve it.
John says that all the time. Yep. Be kind to
Rub
yourself.
some dirt on it. There you go. I remember my coach telling me that in Little League. I stumbled or something. Rub some dirt on it. You'll be okay.
Yeah, right.
Mom, can we just rub dirt on this open wound? Like, who told you that?
It's all infected. Okay, we got a little pullback coming off those.
Yes, we do.
Pulled back again off the 93s. Went up to the 93s. The high was at 06s. We talked about the 06s. We talked about the 98s. I mean, so technically, if you're in the 90s area and got short around the 90s, you would have not been stopped out if you had a 15 hand. Well, 06. If you got around the 92s and 95s, and 98s, and the evens, And the 06s that we were talking, you were never taking too much heat, more than 10 handles. 15, 20. And now look at you'd be in this if you're a longer time frame or longer.
I think we're about to see why I don't like the longs.
Oh, they're a nice family that live right in the end of the block.
Yes.
Yeah. Howie Long and
Kyle Long, Chris Long.
nice.
I think we're about to party with the shorts.
Right.
Martin Short.
Martin Short.
And of course, you can't forget.
Wrong before.
Yeah, Eat My Short.
What about the turtle kid? Are we going to party with him?
I like toys.
I like Doodles.
You got that.
What is that from?
It's
They were interviewing the kid
Interviewing
at
from
a,
News
like
Channel.
Halloween or something, and
He's dressed like a zombie or something.
zombie, and she's like, "Oh, you having fun here?" And the thing he said was,
I like turtles.
"It's
Yeah,
all he
it-
said."
Here we go.
I guess
All right, so I'm looking for a longs. Tilt's getting tilty to the short side.
70%.
Yeah, but look at that wick. You just popped down there in the wick. Ghost, you had a good trade if you got it in the 90s. Good trade, buddy, if you're still in on it. So you said you got short 890s. We're talking about the 89s, not 89s, 89, 98s, 96s, 06s. Pivoted off that area again.
You guys crack me up.
I'll start writing all these levels down when we talk about them. So,
What are you doing on your weekly kickoff?
searching on the charts.
Oh, bat phone.
Bat phone.
What's that one? What's that mean?
My wife's the only one that can get through to my phone or ring her.
I got a bad phone, huh?
She's like,
a
memorize my phone number and make sure you pick up my call when I call.
Oh, you get to memorize the phone number too.
Oh, yeah. Never had to do that since
I was gonna say.
Hard did have a couple of comments. He didn't say anything about monetary policy, but he warned about hedge funds' basis trades. Jack, you know basis trades.
Basis trades. I do not know basis trades. Help me.
I know
Basis
basis
trades?
trades well. That's what I was doing.
That's what you were
Tell
doing.
us about it, Jack.
Well, I want to learn.
I want to learn.
Well, got a textbook for it if you want to, but the idea of the basis trade was you were trading, or at least how we did it in the treasuries, is you were trading the cash bonds, like the actual U.S. treasuries against the futures. And that's sort of like the easiest definition of it. Would be, for instance, going long a 10-year treasury cash, which the nominal was like $1 million, and then being short 10 futures or something like that.
Okay.
And over time, they gradually converge. But bonds are interesting because you have the you have interest rate. Sorry, not interest rates. You have yields on them, so it gets a little bit more complicated. But it was a popular trade for a long time.
Gotcha. I've heard it referred to as a different name. Okay.
It's basically just another way to spread cash against futures.
Yep.
Well, coming up here today, just want to give everybody a heads up. Got some new people joining us here today. We will be having our segment, 11 o'clock power player, but it's going to be trading with Hoag and Dolby time.
I think I'm joining too, actually.
Awesome.
I was asked to join. If you'll allow me.
You shall have
More the merrier.
permission to come aboard.
Yes, permission to come on board. Permission granted.
Of course.
But go ahead, Johnny.
We got a comment from JP Morgan regarding crude oil. They're saying that OPEC Plus may surprise with deeper oil supply cuts.
Boy, they really want to drive this price higher.
They do. Of course they do. They get more for it.
That's right.
Now we'll see what crude does with that.
Beautiful,
It was
beautiful
5 o'clock
short.
this morning and it tanked.
Beautiful short up there, John. Try to poke his head above, right?
Yeah, it did.
Is
It might
this?
be range. It might be rangy today.
So
Well, we got a special guest coming up, guys. Special
Ooh.
size trader.
Did we track him down?
Come on, you just spilled the beans.
Go ahead.
Mhm.
I just said, did we track?
So now we officially have excess below the opening, the initial balance here in crude oil. So that may be somewhat supportive. Didn't quite get to our weekly kickoff low here just yet, but it's getting cheap. I have a
Hammering away.
this sim account that I put a short on in the S&Ps at like 6 o'clock last night. I've been up, I've been down, I've been up, I've been down. I just wanted to just kind of put that in there to watch what happens with it today, because I'm not convinced that this upside is doing that well.
I'm with you. I just think everything's based off of that CPI reading. Was it Tuesday? It took us way higher, but then there hasn't been a push to the upside more. It's just kind of flailed out a little.
Yeah, and I mean the preliminary in the S&Ps as far as open interest is concerned was, I mean they're saying it's close to a 40,000 contract increase in open interest.
To which side?
We put in a week high in the daytime frame, like the 30-minute charts.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, looking at the daily, there's excess. Look at that. I mean, that's almost a what is that? It's let me double check here.
What's the old 22s, 822s?
It's almost a shooting star as far as like candlestick are concerned. Maybe a bearish.
God bless it. Well, there's the floor falling out on me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's the after floor falling out on me. I was just long around the 22s. Just long around the 22s.
All right, we're 71% short here in S&Ps.
Get that hell out of here.
See if we can grow some legs more downside. Look for a long.
Look at the tab.
Yeah.
And then also 63%.
Yeah.
All right. So I got re-long back there at the 15s, and I got a 4 lot, and now I'm up 1,000.
Nice.
So I got flushed out. Like the position, back to a 1 lot runner, up 1,000.
And that's because of the tilt that you did that.
That's because of the tilt. It's also because of the 822s. Two things that got me into this trade, plus the big pullback, plus it's been rangy for most of the day. So all these extensions of the range, all this stuff, you talking, Andre talking.
Good conviction.
Eddie with sound machine, all help me out.
So basically you tested the overnight low.
Yeah.
You looked below it, you came back in, you got long. Nice job.
Tabs. Yeah.
Tabs.
I see.
Really small on the left side.
Yeah.
Really big on the right side.
Huh?
Oh, I got code words that I talked to my trading buddy Andre about.
He's got the system.
We do the same thing when his girlfriend's in the room.
Wow.
You want levels? Let me in on it.
Yeah.
Leverage.
All right, so I got long 16s, 20s, and 22s, and got early in at the 29s. So that was a range. I mean, the trading gods blessed me with a nice bounce, which makes you feel good.
Yeah. Well, there's that overnight low, man. It went look below it, came back above, and pow.
Yeah, I'm out. $1,000.
Nice.
Ooh.
And I didn't take that much heat on it. So the 29s went down to 19s, went down to 16s. So there's another 15 handle. So if you look for good, the best entries, for me is no more than 20 handles of heat. See how scary it was to be able to buy that down there?
Was scary.
Yeah. If the floor kept falling, which could easily have happened.
You did mutter to yourself.
Huh?
You did mutter that to yourself. You're like, there goes the floor.
I don't know.
Well, I think you're right in keeping that a short time frame trade.
Yeah,
like
me too.
you didn't fall in love with it. You're not trying to put in the low here.
Is the speaker speaking still? Or no?
I haven't seen.
Was there a speaker speaking?
Nah.
We got them all day. I mean, they're sporadic. I think this one was the last one, if I'm not mistaken here. No, we've got Mr. Mester at 11 o'clock Central Time. So
We
we
got
got some
Meester
time.
at 10:45, Cook at 11, Meester again at 12:30.
Where do you see that? I got 11 o'clock here. Okay.
It's on Financial Juice.
The juice.
Why would he come on at 11 and then again at 12:30? Is that what
Well,
you got?
Loretta just likes to talk, I guess.
Yeah, they just love the sound of their own voice.
Yeah, I mean, it's you had Loretta, Lisa Cook, and Loretta Meester all speaking within 45 minutes of each other, or with an hour and 45 minutes of it.
Covered 40s, 36s. All right, cool. It's
Now we're short.
now we're short too. I'm short 37s. Just light and tight. Really, really light and tight.
You're short now. Okay.
You want to push on this, don't you? Huh?
You're definitely peeking down to the downside.
All right, light and tight's out. And the reason why I like that was that volume node a little bit on the NASDAQ. The tip after it came down. If we wanted to continue, I thought that would be a good entry around here, but I'm known to be wrong. Yeah. What was the levels up here? There's 22s that held. There's 06s that held. These, if I'm playing numbers in a lottery, are hitting. And I'm not saying it from a gambling way, but we talked about the 06s this morning. We talked about the team here, Topstep traders that are in here, talked about the 98s or the 97s. That held. The 82s, 822s held. That was an old low. That was an overnight low that we broke. And then it re-held.
Yes. Wait, what were you saying? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
A hell of a nice bounce, man.
Right, dude.
I've been bouncing. Yes. So we're range bound today, then.
Well, that's what it's proven thus far, right?
Yes, it has.
Those extensions of the ranges have been great plays today. Yesterday it worked as well, right, Hoag? If you look at
They're both failed auctions for the time being on the downside below the initial balance and the opening range.
yesterday had the wick on the upside, came right back into, where it opened up around the range or rangey.
Mm-hmm.
Look at your 30-minute and now I'll tell you how, there it is. Tighten that up a little bit. Yeah, yesterday. So you try to pop out, but it stayed range. There's no direction yesterday, right?
Early, for the first 2 hours, it was range bound pretty much, right? It looked above the initial balance. That is a failed auction. And then it turned around and headed the other direction. So, when we see these failed auctions outside the initial balance, it's a buying tail today in the NASDAQ. Take a look at this. So here's the range for the NASDAQ. Let me make this big so we can all see it. It's stuck now for a second, but here's the initial balance. Here's the initial balance.
Yeah.
The blue line, B high, A low, C the third 30-minute period.
Right.
Looked below. Sellers backed off. Buyers took over. That is a failed downside auction. It is an auction that ended to the downside, at least for now. And now we're seeing the market falling back into rotation.
Okay. Speaking of rotation.
Don't diddle in the middle, guys. Don't diddle in the middle.
Speaking of rotation, can we switch over to my charts? Because I want to continue that conversation. We've taken the stairs up since October 26th. As you can see, every one of these yellows is settlement. End of day. Ended a big stair up. Elevator took it right here. Stair up, stair up, stair up, stair up, stair up, stair up. All right. Look, it took a little step back. What's that? The old Dow theory? Boom, pull back, boom, pull back. Right here did that wick that you're talking about. Michael
Yep.
Berry blew out yesterday,
Yep.
the day before that. Berry. And then we ended the day, settlement. Now, does it start to consolidate up here? It's been rangy kind of 2 days. Or does it start to take the elevator down? Oh. Or does it
Go
consolidate?
higher.
Or does it consolidate and starts keeping the stairs, going up the old Sears Tower?
Any bad news, and we're on the elevator.
Oh, I agree.
Congratulations.
What's bad
Go
news?
ahead.
What would bad news look like?
Well, not like economic bad news, because that's good news. It's kind of opposite that way.
Right.
No, anything geopolitical, anything unexpected happening, then anything that adds more uncertainty to the market. I think we're a little long up here. That's the reason why I'm kind of favoring the short side.
Mm-hmm.
But I made money on the long side today with the opening range to the low of the day. Now it's no longer the low of the day. The market has looked lower. Right now it's a failed auction, but if we continue the move to the downside, there's a lot more down below, because we're looking at, if we kind of look a little further out here, all of these levels down here, gap, naked point of control, last week's low, gap, naked point of control, weekly kickoff low, gap, naked point of control, gap. These are all weak structure down below. Now, this market can rally for the next 10 years. It's not going to matter that all that weak structure is there. But if the market heads that direction, those are visual targets for price. See that smack we just got?
Yeah, it sure did. Unreal.
So it's this bar up here on the daily. Here's the NASDAQ. That's excess. Price got too expensive and was rejected.
Yes, it was.
Take a look at history. Price got too expensive here and was rejected. Price got too expensive here and was rejected.
Sure is.
Rejected.
Mm-hmm.
It's all it's all there. We just got to do the right thing.
Okay, another wick we're just on a 5 minute, nothing grand. Tried, test, sold off hard. Tried, test, sold off hard. And when I say tried, test,
They're trying to do it right now.
They're trying to do it right now.
So yeah, here's your 5 minute.
Mm-hmm. Why? Can you widen it up? Yeah, left to right.
Trying to go higher, rejected. Trying to go higher, rejected. This market at those highs is feeling like a leper.
Kind of makes me feel like Andre playing basketball.
What's that supposed to mean? What does that mean?
Oh my goodness.
You're an idiot.
You haven't seen me play basketball, Michael.
Oh,
I'm pretty bad. No, he's not wrong. I'm pretty bad. It's my one sport.
I get picked last every time. Yeah.
We're going to break out of this. And Q sucking in them bears. We'll see.
Where's the right place to get in?
I know. Fred Decker wants to try cheap long at the overnight low. Well, you're going to get your chance here.
Well, I mean, it is not a bad thing. Overnight low. I'm seeing the overnight low, Fred, at 45.07. 45.07.
Yes,
But,
07. Fred. Yep.
We take it out and come back in. There's your opportunity. With the excess on the daily chart yesterday,
Pushing lower,
really
right?
cautious with longs.
Yeah.
Taurus traders talking about the 820s and the 8 evens. Going to be a super key level if we get below the 8 evens. Can I get back above the high probability move to 6 evens? It's 86 even. Keep an eye on that, Taurus.
We're talking NASDAQ there, right?
Yes,
Andrew just said he's cattle's ready to rip. Man, I love the fact that you guys are talking about cattle now.
Yeehaw.
I mean, S&Ps are back in this failed auction. This auction isn't over.
Might get those 07s there, Fred Deck. We say it's not over, John. What do you mean it's not over? How do you know when it is over?
Well, I mean,
Failed auction. You're talking about this downside push?
yeah. So the tail here.
Yes.
If we leave this area, it will exist as a finished downside auction and a potential change to an upside auction. But we've already been here once. We're revisiting it. It is not yet a failed downside auction.
All right, nothing on tilt. It's back at 22. Nothing's telling me anything.
My position I put on last night is now in pretty positive territory because I put it on there just because I think the market's going to go lower. You know, it's a practice account, but I wanted to see what happened.
Yeah, that's what it's there for.
Yes, sir.
So here we are extending the range to the downside in the S&Ps. Overnight low, Fred. That low, 4507.
Adam,
So it looks like my fat finger on that exit of that long actually turned out to be a pretty good idea.
It sure did. All these prices came back.
But I was going to get out. I was going to get stopped out if it came back inside the overnight high. So I actually saved a little dough.
all right, get my head back in the game.
Yeah, what are you producing in the background there?
Adam,
I hear you pecking away.
Adam's in
hammering
there,
on that keyboard.
slamming on the keyboard.
I can hear it.
Trying to get that Danny trades.
What?
We got a good.
Yeah,
big
we'll take care of it.
We got a big trader. It's interesting.
Hammering.
I follow him, and I'm just like, he slings size, but he talks about the why. He talks about where he's going to get out. So I don't know.
Very nice.
I like hearing about those traders. We didn't in the trading pit. You didn't like how every guy traded. You didn't know what every guy did. But like if you could stand right next to him and be like, hey, you know, Joey, what are you looking at and what are you doing? And they'd be like, oh, the basket is here and the advancers are here and the blah blah blah. And those guys over there are all short.
Yeah, I mean, what we're looking at here on Topstep TV is pretty, you know, I guess high level. We're not looking that deep into all the information that we have available to us here. Advanced decline, all that stuff. You know, there's a million ways to skin a cat, right?
Absolutely.
So we're just keeping things really simple here with the charts and our trade ideas and having fun with it.
That's the name of the game.
Hey, Will wants to give a shout out to Coach Dakota, one of our very own here, talking about the NASDAQ to the 800 level. He was talking about that. And Will is reminding us. Good call, Coach Dakota.
Remember, I was telling all you guys yesterday that I'm doing Topstep TV. I'm all in every minute of it.
Right.
I think we have a lot of fun here. It is like being back in the trading pit, you know.
It's as close to I've ever felt.
Yeah.
It's the closest I've ever felt to the trading pit. I want to replicate the trading pit, and I think I got an idea on how to do it. And I might try to do it and put it together when we all are in Vegas. And when I say all, everybody here will be invited. There's going to be a trader meetup group, and we're going to try to put on an event. But still a lot of details. But I think you can emulate it. And I'll tell you why. Remember when we used to watch we used to watch like Eddie Eustace in the Dow pit. We'd watch the Dow, mini Dows. They start rallying up. People get long or short. I think if you watch the ES and then we have a pit and we say trade, John, there's times where you're getting short, I'm getting long. Maybe I go 80 bid. So, all right. And I have to write it down. I have to put it in here. It's paper trading to its max. and then we're just watching the S&P screen, and where am I going to get out? Where am I going to? Then at the end of the thing, we have to add up, just like we did in the pit, add up our P&L, turn it in, and then congratulations to the best, and take a hike to the worst. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Well, the winner's buying, so that's always good.
It could get everybody a feel of the trading pit, right? Wouldn't that work? Sort of, right?
Just like a paper trading pit.
Yeah. You just walk.
It's like being at the Mid-Am. Everybody's trading off what the big grains are trading.
Yes.
So you're watching the grains, and you're just trying to pick off paper.
There's got to be a way, maybe like something where everybody's on a Zoom, where you can at least see everybody, and maybe everybody has a number. Somebody's got a bid. Mike, you're number 3. You got a bid. I want to hit your bid. I show up number 3. So that would mean that I would want to sell you what you've got, what you're bidding.
Yeah,
that might work. Something like that.
I want to be in the pit though, just like we used to do. And then I want to give everybody a
big circle,
an octagon, and then everybody gets a little badge, and we all feel who wants to be a pit trader today, and then we put it on.
Our tech team right now is just on the floor right now. Boom.
Yeah, they're like, oh my God, another
design,
another harebrained idea.
What?
Another harebrained idea coming out of Topstep TV.
A virtual trading floor. All right.
So I just shorted, and here's why. Low volume node here, single TPOs, one single TPO, but we got a low volume node there. So I didn't get the best trade location, but I'm just holding this for, my risk is 3 points on it. So if this goes, that's a pretty cheap risk, because we're starting to show signs of acceptance of lower pricing here.
Mm-hmm.
Market opened in the continuation below the initial balance. It's holding in the continuation below the initial balance. Gave us a low volume node to trade against, and if we go through it, we go through it.
It's something I gotta watch. My.
That tilt show. Nothing. Okay. So you say lower. So is that gonna be like a breakout then, John, to the downside?
Well, I mean, it would be an initial balance breakout, right? But an initial balance breakouts rarely play. Yeah. I don't have high hopes for this, but it was enough for me to really just take a small risk and see if it works.
You saw something.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of worried about the low of the day here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was.
So I'll watch if we get down through it. If we pull back inside the overnight range, that may get me out of it.
Mm-hmm.
If we even get there, I don't know. You never know.
2,400 people are watching. Let's get that like button.
And subscribe.
Yeah, let's get that like button running here right now. We only got 603.
We don't
like what's going on, by all means. Hit that like button. And don't forget to subscribe, all right? To subscribe to us. That helps us out. We're helping you out. So scratch my back, I'll scratch your back.
We don't have much in the tilt department here, so that's not going to be an issue.
We do not. It's 50-50, like you say.
Yep.
I'm just dialing around right now. What? This is tradertainment, so we got to trade.
We took out the single TPO. Right in the middle of the low volume node here. We'll see what happens.
Short 5/10s. Yes, we will.
So it's always kind of hard to sell at the low and buy at the high.
Sometimes
it's the right thing to do. Maybe not today. Jimmy passed his first combine today. Good job, Jimmy.
Well done. Good job.
Bounced off the 22s again.
Dude, get off your phone.
Bounced off the 22s again. They held up again.
Yep.
Here we go. Gold. We're making another new high here.
Rollinox, good job. You faded me. You're making money. Good job.
Go, baby. Go, baby. Go, baby.
Man, that was another good pound. 20.
Tilted was flat.
Tilt's flat. Yeah, Tilt's not saying much right now. That was a level play. 22s, we talked about it.
Huh.
Hey, Sifu, stick around. Stick around. Is Danny Trades coming today? Stick around. And guys, always stick around for group coaching at the end of the day. We may be moving some of that fire drill conversation just to different segments of the day. We're looking to go bell. We're looking to go bell to bell.
He came and took out my stop, and now look at it.
Yeah. The story as old as time, man.
Group coaching today at noon.
There you go.
Coach Vince, and topic's going to be initial balance.
Oh, I'm tuning in for that.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get stopped out, John?
I did, but I'm back in it now.
Yeah, that a boy.
Because it came up and took the stop by like one tick. Too cheap. I am very cheap.
It knows who you are.
Yes,
You can't run.
it does.
You can't hide. I will find you. I will find your stop and stop you. For I am the market and I know everyone.
Where did you get that?
Where the hell did you get Liam? What's his name?
Where did you get that, dude?
I made it.
That's the
I
best
made
one
it.
so far. I will find your stop. Oh, my God.
Dude, I've seriously had that conversation in my head before.
You can't hide.
I'm moving my 83s all over the place. I'm like, the hell you will.
I have a particular set of skills.
Oh, my God, Eddie. That was really good. We also need a gotcha. Like, you feel like the market got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Like Chappelle.
Yeah, gotcha, B. God, Chappelle show is so hilarious.
That was it. Would never fly today.
No. What was that in that 2000 and early?
Yeah. Damn, that was good, Eddie. They're loving it, Eddie.
Staple of high school.
Yeah.
Yes.
Eddie, that was a home run.
Eddie, I'm glad I was able to set that up for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I give you credit. I was waiting. It's like, you know what? You're waiting for that. You're waiting for the coach to give you the steal sign.
I don't know how you have your hand on the trigger like so quickly. I mean, it's actually very, very super impressive.
That's the secret sauce right there.
Secret sauce.
You got to know where things are. I mean, I've probably got 1,000 sound effects in front of me.
Yeah, Kramer tuning in for you. Taking notes.
Always add them, always subtract. Keep the show and the entertainment, the tradertainment moving forward.
It's keeping me from, I know this right now. That right now kept me from probably wanting to get in a position, which would be fiddle in the middle, where John knows that. I'm serious. Yeah, that's, and it makes me feel good when you laugh.
Mm-hmm.
You sure, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm
I
starting.
got back into it. Yeah. Liam Neeson's about to hit my stop.
No. Seems like the longs are. What do you got? What do we got on the tab?
Nothing on tilt.
Up on the top here in gold.
07s.
Oh, my.
In the zone, I think it is getting a little choppy right now, but I do think that we had some great moves today. Now, you know what's funny is like I may think good moves, but other people may look at it as chop. And I think that's kind of, do you think that's possible, guys? Like some people can read, hey, it is possible because we got people that are like, oh, they made 20 grand yesterday. I'm like, yesterday was choppy as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that.
They're carving it. They're selling the highs, buying the lows, selling the highs, buying the lows, selling the highs, buying the lows.
Yeah. Mike Mash, he said drop like a rock. It's definitely trying. I mean,
they're knocking on the door down here.
They're knocking on the door enough times to be like, hello, I'm home. Timber.
For the first time in the last two trades, I'm in profit.
There you go, Johnny. That might be a good one, but right when I say that is where
Bite me, Liam.
Yeah. You know what CNBC is talking about right now? Slower global growth ahead. The impact of geopolitics.
Glaze over that shit.
Yeah, some dude with a headset on. Oh, now it's cool. I'm watching now. F1 arrives in Vegas.
They've been promoting the hell out of this.
God, I get so many of their neon emails. They're pretty cool emails, though.
I'm going to watch that race because a lot of these drivers aren't liking the track.
That's what I heard.
Not to see crashes or anything, but I mean, the thing is, it's not just going to be a boring race.
It'll be challenging for them.
It's going to be very, very challenging.
I got a feeling it's going to be a hit. Like right now, people are talking. I know, Nathan, you just said it's going to be trash, and everything's pointing to that. But sometimes I don't know.
Well, it was like Chicago with the NASCAR. I mean, that was pretty cool.
Well, 10 p.m. A 10 p.m. race.
10 p.m. start, yeah.
10 p.m. there. It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah,
dude, it's gonna look really sweet with the start-finish line with the Bellagio in the background with the fountains and the lights. So
right.
They know what they're doing.
I can tie this together with my next news story right here.
Got it.
You ready for this?
Wow, that's what we do
Bring
here.
it in there, man.
We're
Bring
gonna
it
land this plane. So we're gonna
Trade by Matt. Going out to Vegas. Have fun.
So I'm gonna tie together Liam Neeson and Vegas right now. So the first thing is, would you guys trust AI for your financial advice?
I mean,
Better updated.
Or would you?
I don't even trust me.
Charles Schwab certifies Gen Z wants to retire at 61, and they would trust AI. I mean,
3/4 of them would trust AI in their financial advice. 61 sounds good. I'm trying to get out by, I don't know, 41.
you're married to the game, though, Jack.
So that's the AI portion there. But to bring it around to Vegas, if you go to the next one, I wouldn't trust AI because apparently human architecture has become too advanced for even AI. Somebody fed a picture of the sphere into ChatGPT and it said it's fake.
Huh.
oh, wow.
Oh, ChatGPT didn't know what to make of it.
They don't have any data. They don't have any data
Wow.
from the past to make this prediction.
That's true.
This Chat GPT, I mean, you got to get the updated version. I mean, this, I think the basic free one only goes, to 2020?
It goes like 93 before Katie Couric goes, what's the internet?
You love that.
So I think that's probably what might be behind this. Is
appears to be altered for.
it hasn't been updated.
ChatGPT confused.
So F1, I think is going to be a hit. And D trades, he said, I'm playing the tilt on F1. I'm definitely playing the tilt at F1 because this 80% is saying it's garbage.
I don't know who says garbage. Just why? Just because the ticket prices?
The race, Eddie just said it.
Okay,
The drivers are. There you go. There you go, John.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Cover?
No.
That was a hell of a trade, or you're still in it, guys.
Still in it.
Yep. Nice trade, Johnny, or trading, or nice in a trade.
Yeah, I just wanted to stay below the overnight low.
I agree with you, Andre.
It pushed through finally.
Yep, it did. Let's go, Hoag. Dakota's in here with you.
Hey, good session yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, Dakota, hell of a session.
All right. So it came back inside the overnight low. I'm out. I did what I said what I was going to do.
Eddie, can you find the
Nice conviction, John.
Yeah, can you find the one? They are who we thought they were. The old
Denny Green
line in the Bears, where it's just like they got smoked by the Bears.
Be very careful. We might have to reenact it. I know if you find like an NFL video and do that, the stream will immediately end. Roger Goodell will come here and beat my ass.
and just shut down Topstep TV altogether.
Shut down Topstep.
Well, I don't know. We'll build up a war chest and be ready for him.
Freddie, I hope you took that comeback inside the overnight low.
Hell, good cover, Hoagland.
You're looking good on this one, buddy.
Money made to the downside, money made to the upside.
We bounced off the 22s again.
Jake wants to know why I'm trading gold. Well, everybody's trading everything else, and that was the only kid that wasn't picked yet.
Last kid on the team.
So yeah, I get the fat kid.
Man, that was a bounce.
Hey, trades by Matt, if you're still here, safe travels and have
Safe
a
travels.
hell of
Report back.
Report back. We want pictures. We'll post your pictures in this in our broadcast. We're having you on. Matt's gonna start being on, guys. TBM. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this. Am I, Daniel?
Cat's out the bag now.
Hey, you know, when we had him on, he was really informative, nice and cool, mellow, and I think he fit in real good.
I like him.
I do too.
Yeah, I've partied with him. I've played golf with him. I've known him for a while. He's calm. He speaks well.
I don't know if you want to take it on the next trip down. This is kind of a short term. Like we reject the overnight low. It's a short time frame level, time frame trade. That said, watch, it'll take out the highs.
Can you explain your trade? It was a great trade, sold off, and your cover was great. Can you explain a couple of that?
Yeah, John, explain your trade, then explain what Fred Decker did.
On a chart. On a 5-minute chart.
On a 5-minute chart?
Yeah, please.
It was fire right there. That was sweet.
Yeah.
All right. So the low volume node right here, basically the market had left single TPOs. It's kind of hard to see on a 5-minute chart here, but there was when it opened down here, there were a couple of single TPOs right here, kind of like right below this low volume node. So the single TPO was 1175. So initially when we opened this
Can get filled.
30-minute period, there was a single tick and there was a low volume node. So with the single tick and the low volume node, and my overall opinion that this market is probably going to resolve to the downside today. So I took the short. I got stopped out once right here. Took the trade again. Had a little bit more of a stop, but the market continued to move lower. Fred, I hope that you heard my suggestion of not taking it on the second trip to the downside.
John, I took it on the third trip to the downside right now. I got short 26s.
Okay, Fred was talking about going long. So if you're short, you're good.
Yeah. It's not the greatest entry, but it came down to hit the 20. NASDAQ traders came down to hit the 22s again, and it did it 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth time. Yeah. So we'll continue. If it continues, great. I got a low risk enough trade.
So what Fred was doing was when the S&Ps took out the low of the overnight and then came back above, that was
there you go.
That would have been maybe 4 or 5 points, but it's not something you want to fall in love with, right? So now you can see that the market just took out and put in another new low.
All right, I'm out. Little banger.
Nice trade,
John. That's good because it's playing down here. Is it fiddling in the middle or is it down here on the edge?
Oh no, we're on the edge. We're
there you go.
The range lower.
Yeah,
we're extending the range, and with the downside auction not exhibiting finishes, we looked at that initial tail below the initial balance as rejection, right? I mean, it's hard for me to do this on a 5-minute chart. Here's the 30. So here's the first bar, 830. So this was our original extension below the initial balance. The initial balance low was here. So we looked down here and we rejected right away. That left a buying tail. But the fact that we came back into that buying tail is indicating possible acceptance of lower pricing. So that's why I took that short right here. It's kind of hard to see the volume on this chart because it's not tick by tick. But, this was the low volume node, I guess it was about here. So we took that. We got stopped out once. Took it again. We ended up taking a profit. I didn't want to.
There goes some stops.
Oh, there it goes.
You see that?
I didn't want to get caught in this pullback all the way up here. Well, all the way up here after we took out the overnight low and then came back inside. That would have been almost enough to take out my stop on that short. And now I'm kind of sucking wind here, but I'll find another way in.
Yeah, they're trying to.
I got longs 21s after that. Just flipped it.
Long
after I covered 15s because the 22s is now holding up. I thought it was a little look past the 22s. Now it's holding up a bit. Again, caught a 12 handle downside, but then it firmed up right away. Sat around the 20s.
Anytime you're looking to get into a directional market, don't sell the low.
Yes.
Look for a pullback and try and sell that.
Yep.
And we've been rangy. So if that was another extension of the range, then I'm in a good spot. If it wasn't, I'm taking really no heat on it.
So I mean, here's the low in the S&Ps right now.
Right there.
Okay? We got 10 minutes before we're going to actually leave any single TPOs here. We got a low volume node just below the previous low volume node here. Gives you an opportunity, right? But the NASDAQ looks different. The NASDAQ, no low volume node here. The range extension to like 8 ticks, so we do see a degree of excess here that we've left behind. Are you long, Michael?
I'm long from 21s. We got some other guys in here saying they're long from 20s. Traylet. Hold on, Pablito.
If I was long either of them, it would be the NASDAQ.
Yep.
I just don't right now.
You don't think we got
covering, in the 30s, 34s. I'll take a quick 15 handles off of this. Or 12.
We are extending the range lower, so
yeah, I'm out.
Any longs should be reasonable as far as the profit targets are concerned.
Yeah, and I'm not looking because I think it's the floor's breaking.
So
but those that are long,
you get them if you're long.
Yeah, those are okay. Anthony's long 16s. You're in the money, guys, really well. I just wanted to do a light dance, but you bought the low of the range. The extended poked its head below the 22s, 20s that was holding up pretty well.
I want to watch Michael do a light dance.
What does that look like?
There you go. All right.
Okay, but you do have help. The longs right here, you do have a little help with the shorts or the bias being short, the NASDAQ and S&P.
How heavy?
Not 60.
Okay.
5.
And we're creeping here.
Well, right now,
this is where it gets a little tough to hold on to long, but it's also can pay you really well.
Delta is congruent. We're negative 12,000 in the S&Ps.
What does that mean?
These 12,000 more contracts have traded on the bid than the offer. So the more aggressive traders have been successfully moving price lower.
Yeah. It's kind of what we see with Tilt. We see the percentages growing to the downside.
Hey, Midas, you said Midas, you said NQ to 15,700. Just give us a why. That's all you got to do after that. Hey, why? It's just anybody can say it's going to the moon. Just give us a why.
NASDAQ looking lower.
Yeah, reasons behind your calls. There's got to be reasons. You've got reasons to say them, so share with that.
He's the man.
We're doing the best we can on our end.
Are you guys feeling like it's growing legs to the down? When I say growing legs,
I'm short. I'm short. Yeah,
but it still has these little head fakes that it does a gotcha, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, gold might have hit a top here for a little bit back on the bear. 1987.80. New lows in the crude. Crude right now, last trade 73.68.
Eddie, look where gold traded to.
Where did it trade to?
Oh, 91.
Weekly kickoff high.
Yeah.
So we got all the way through this gap, tested weekly kickoff high. I miss these things so often.
Okay, guys, ES is getting tilty, 68%. Average price of shorts is 11. So they're in the money 6 handles right now. That's good in the money, right? Would you take a 6 handle and then cover it, Johnny?
Yeah,
no.
Oh, well, okay.
No, there's more downside to this.
Well, then I'm getting long right now.
Go ahead.
I'm taking a cheap fade. It's not a cheap trade. It's not a trade, John. It's a cheap fade.
I'm not even thinking of buying until we get down to 45.
That's why I'm taking a cheap fade.
No, you're just
and now I'm out. And now I'm out.
You're just drumming this up for
it. Either moved or it didn't.
That was quick.
Yeah, the cheap fade.
Can you give us another little dance?
I didn't make money on that one.
Yeah. The money tree.
I'll tell you, Michael's dancing here, and the likes are very low here today.
A little light.
I mean, maybe take your shirt off, Michael. See if we get this up to.
Yeah.
We got 2,400 people watching, and only 900 likes.
Andre, short.
Come on, let's hit that like button, please. And
I assume we're going to test 4,500.
Doing the best we can.
It's tabby. It's tabby, and it's just a little short bias, but you still have sounds like. I mean, I like what John's saying.
Naz the Dragon. John is the best trader out of the four. It is obvious.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
What do you mean?
No way, man.
You put the whammy on me.
Oh, man, you just jinxed him.
Thanks for that.
Bob Williams says, I'm just plain funny, but, looks ain't everything.
Oh.
It gets me through. Okay, that's fine. Put a smile on your face. I don't care.
Yeah.
All right, this floor is interesting.
What's tilt showing?
This floor is interesting.
It ain't the floor.
The last time I was at a bar, that's what I said.
Yeah. Kissing the curb.
This floor is interesting. All right, we got about 5 minutes here.
Floor is lava. Kids love that game.
Oh, my kids love that game.
Kids love that game.
Right.
I love it. They actually had a game show like that. You ever see that game show?
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen it. I heard about it. There are commercials on it or something. I'm like, what the hell?
I mean, it was tough. Oh my God.
That's the same type of thing as they make a show out of that, but they make a competition out of tag, don't they? No, out of holding that balloon up. That balloon.
That's kind of cool.
That's kind of cool.
Well, speaking of lava, and speaking of heat, and speaking of hotness, I think we got some time for our hot streaks.
Let's see
him.
Massimiliano.
Yeah, you can send it.
See, this has been like a staple. Oh, here, we'll do it again. There we go. All right. Hot. Oh, there.
I'm there. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Massimiliano.
Didn't trade, but
it took us like 2 weeks before we can actually pronounce that name correctly.
Yeah, we were saying Melissa Milano the whole time.
Does he know that he's been a star on the show this entire time? Is he even aware of it?
I don't know. Hughes' old ex-wife was up there.
We don't still know if that was the wife.
Said she could get a hold of Hughes. I mean, we were talking about him all the time.
Hughes ran for the hills.
So we got Eric
Hughes is straight well.
24 days. Carlos 21 days. Kyle 19, and we got somebody new. Fan with 18. That's somebody new on the list with 4,942. Who do we lose, Jack?
I'm in back working on getting Danny on, so I don't have that in front of me at the moment.
Okay, that's fine.
We lost
Carlos. No, Carlos is there. Kyle is there.
Carlos is there. Kyle is there. I think we lost Thomas E.
Yeah, Thomas Edison.
Thomas Edison. There you go.
Yeah.
1 second.
Good job, though, man. I tell you, you can get. Gosh, you put 5 days together. You should be proud of yourself. So these traders are really making it happen. So cool. Thank you, Jack. And that was our funded hot streaks.
Hot traders out there. That's really gonna be there forever, maybe. All right, I'm starting to get a little shaken here on this short. What do you think?
Ooh, that means it might continue because in my world,
yeah, I know. Talk myself. It's pressing. Let's go.
Where's your short, Andre?
06 quarters.
Quarters.
Todos.
Oh, nice. Right on the volume shoulder.
Yeah.
Where's your stop?
It is above at, where is it? 9s.
Oh, okay.
Tight.
And what are you worried about?
Losing money. I'm worried that I'm pretty much selling the lows right now, and there's if I was
Andre, I could burn all my money. It wouldn't even keep your money warm.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Yes. All right, boys and girls, we've got almost half past here, 10:30 Chicago time, and we're going to take a little break. We've got Shoulder Tap with Mick. So I'm
dropping out. I will. Yes, I'll see you guys at 11 with John and Dolby time.
I like to trade, Andre. I like to trade.
I do too.
Stick with it.
I'll stick with it. You got it. Later, guys.
All right.
And
Bye, guys.
Right back.
See you in a bit.
I need to run to the restroom.
She's still alive.
I know, but I gotta go.
I got a crap on deck that could choke a donkey.
All right, I'll see you guys at 11.
Cool. There must be some lag and back on the production end.
And we're back for Shoulder Tap. But this episode of Shoulder Tap is something that we something a little special. There's going to be some car chases, some stunt work. There's going to be some runway models. Or is that for tomorrow? No, we've got one of our traders, Danny, with us, and he's going to be with Shoulder Tap, and Mick's gonna talk all about it, and we can bring him in here. So very happy to have late notice Danny joining us here. So
Danny,
I'm going to step out, and let's bring in the team.
Eddie, have a good day.
So I'll be back.
Danny.
I'll be back at 12 o'clock for group coaching.
Danny, what's up, dude?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing much better watching you trade lately. I've been watching you. I follow you as well, and you got a good hot one going, and you've been building up to it too. I've been watching you, and you're getting in this confidence zone. You're not cocky. You're respectful of your risk, and it's paying you handsomely, my friend. So, hell of a job.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Well, you got Mick on here. Mick watches, and the risk management team watches everybody. There's a couple, I think, records you just broke. And Mick, I don't know if you have those records or.
I've got them. Got them. I'm prepared. I've been really excited for this. So Danny, thanks for coming on. It was awesome speaking with you on the phone earlier today. for those of you watching, this is Danny Trades, Danny Miraz, and he was one of the traders that I talked about yesterday when we were on at 10:30 yesterday. I was telling Michael and Hoag about it. We had a guy who was up $40,000 on the day across 2 XFA accounts, so he's up 20 grand in each one of those. He ended up on the day being up long after shoulder tap segment yesterday. He was up over $73,000 in his express funded account yesterday. So I already knew I wanted to talk about him today. We spoke this morning. He was up again this morning. He has just been crushing it, and I'm so thrilled to have him on here. He has broken records for most profit in a day, over $73,000 in those 2 accounts. And also, he's on a 4-day win streak for $120,000. He's the first person to put up 6 figures in that short of order, 4 trading days. He's been crushing it trading the NASDAQ. Look at him sipping out of his shiny goblet. And when we spoke on the phone, super cool guy. And he's been trading for about 4 years. And I'm going to leave most of this segment for Danny to be doing the talking, but he's just been putting up massive days. He's trading up to 15 contracts in the NASDAQ, but across the 2 XFAs, that means 30 contracts. We reached out to him yesterday. He had actually hit the $50,000 cap in the XFA. We reached out because it was only his 3rd winning day in the account, 4th trading day in the account. And we wanted to see a little bit more performance. We saw that performance today. We expanded the cap to 60,000 for him. And this is just, these metrics are awesome. So Danny, we were freaking cheering you on in the risk room yesterday here at the Board of Trade. Again this morning, super pumped. I know Michael was excited. Everybody's excited. We love a great trading story, and you've strung together quite the story for us and for yourself in very short order.
Well said, Mick.
Thank you.
Danny, Danny, give us a little high level, and then zoom us in a little bit on anything you want to zoom us in on. But like, to help us understand how a guy, any trader, can go from, where Mick talked about to putting up the size. Where's your head at? Where's your confidence at? Where's your emotions at? And what's changing in your strategy, if anything, or not?
My strategy. Again, I appreciate you guys having me on the show as well. I know it was late notice, but I was 100% down. So I enjoyed talking to you too, Mick, this morning.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate that. But basically, man, it's all about, I know he's the risk management coach, having risk management, you know what I mean? At least for me, that's what always helped me. Even with my live account, when I'm trading my live account, I'm so used to having good risk management when I'm trading 15 contracts, So the way that I see it is, okay, how much can I risk in this trade? For example, let's say I were to go into a trade right now, right? And my account is 40,000, okay? 50 ticks of 15 cons, how much am I risking? $3,750. So am I okay with losing, 50 ticks on a single trade? Of course. If I have 30K in my account, I don't go by dollar amount or percentages like most people do. You know what I mean? I don't care about that. I go by ticks, right? So I say, I'm up 100 ticks on the day. I'm not up 14,000 on a day. I go by ticks and by contract size. So for me, basically today, I usually shoot for 50 to 100 tick profit. Mm-hmm. And I usually have a stop loss between 30 ticks to 50 ticks. Like if you look at all my trade history, I know I go back and forth, like I'm going in short, I'm going in long, right? Because the market's always shifting. Okay. But you will see that my stops are very consistent. They're not always, I'm not losing a lot of money on these, I'm making money and I'm risking the money that I'm making to make more money, right? And that's like today I'm up $16,000. I took a trade, and that trade, if you see my order history, you will see that I only had a 30 tick stop loss, because my thing is finding an entry where I'm allowed to have that perfect stop, that I want, rather than having such a big stop that's going to stop me out. I'm going to lose $10,000 and I have to finish my day. I'd rather get stopped out 3 times 30 ticks and be able to take 3 more trades, than having one big, large stop loss. Even on the swings I took a swing on Monday, right? When CPI came out, I took a swing long. How big was that stop loss? It was very tight, right? And that's when I was down a bit. And with 3 contracts, I caught 1,000 ticks and I made 16,000. 3 contracts, right? And I was down on the day before that. And then the next day, Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, three contracts. Just so everybody knows, 3 contracts. That's a $50K. So you can enter a $50K for $49, and 3 contracts is not even maxing out your position. And he put up 16. So you can carve the market up with smaller size. So Danny, keep going.
Yeah. So exactly. So I had to start small. I don't like trading 3 contracts, but I also want to show people that it's possible to achieve these kind of things, no matter, because again, your guys' accounts right now cost what, $150, right?
For the biggest one,
yeah.
Yeah. So, it's possible for anyone to achieve it. They just got to be smart with it, So
yeah, I always tell people it's pretty easy to make or lose $1,000 trading a 1 lot during the day. Danny, I really like what you said about looking at your trades as far as ticks and points when you're risking. That's what professional traders say, that it's less about the money, because they're looking at the money, and Hoag says it best, money is a byproduct of good trades. So you frame out levels on your chart or points, and then your unit size is your unit size, whether you're trading 2 contracts or 30 contracts like you were doing. So you look at the ticks, you look at the pricing, and you put your unit size on, and that's what you're doing, and that's what professionals do.
Okay, so we understand your sizing. Now, give us some more around the 16 grand you put up. Now, what happens next in your process?
So basically, I'm up 16 grand now. So now I have a lot of wiggle room. You know what I mean? But I'm still only trading 3 contracts. So I'm still focused on the idea of, okay, I'm up 16 grand and I'm up 15 grand on the other account. So now I got all this space. Because again, it's profit. It's not money. I didn't have this money. You know what I mean? I'm willing to risk what I can on every trade. $1,500 per trade will blow my account maybe in 10, 15 trades. I don't think, at least not me, I'm not going to lose 15 trades in a row. You know what I mean? So basically what happens is I take another swing that night. I didn't trade I sold before PPI came out. This was on PPI. I sold the trade before PPI came out. I didn't trade PPI on this one, but I sold I put in an alarm for 2:30 a.m. to see where my trade was at. So I just set my levels and I went to sleep. I bought a couple contracts, put my stop loss, and actually, called this out. I have the exact trade I took here. I was telling my Discord, this is the level we're watching, and this is where we should have our stop. It was like 50 tick stop loss. It ended up coming up all the way to 150 ticks, and I did go max position on that because, again, the stop was very tight. I had already made a lot of money, so. Then I ended up making, I think the accounts at that point were like at 26,000 or 36,000. Honestly, I forgot, because then I ended up waking up the next morning, hopping on the live trading. And then I started, I ended up at that point when I have 36,000, I didn't have this 36,000 before. I can trade 15 cons now, only risk 3,750 per trade.
There you go.
Guess what? I'll make, guess what? If I hit a good trade, I'll make either that or I'll make double that. And guess what I've been doing? Making double that. So I could continue to do this all day as long as I'm not losing on the streak. You know what I mean? If I take 2 losses, then I know I need to shut off my computer, come back later. So I shut it out and I say, okay, I got to stop here. A lot of traders, what they struggle with is they take, loss, and they're like, I got to make that back, man. And they get back on the computer, they start trading again, they try to make it back, but it's all that FOMO in their head, and guess what? They end up blowing all their PA accounts. You know how many traders I know that have bought like 300 PA accounts because they're just so obsessed. It's like it's turned into like an addiction rather than something that should be fun,
Yeah, what I'm hearing from you is maturity. Being up big and still just risking what your normal risk is. That's something that a lot of newer traders or less experienced traders or less mature traders, they don't think like that. They think, oh, I'm up 16 grand. If I'm going to keep trading, I want to make another 16, or if I'm up that 16 grand, well, I'm well ahead, and now that's just all risk capital. No, I talk what you said. I liked when you brought this up. You mentioned having a big trade and you're framing out how many potential losing trades or losing days it is to bust that. I call that, counting how many swings you have at the plate. You're up 16,000 on the day. If you take 10 $1,600 losses, it's going to take 10 losses in a row to wipe out that money. And you mentioned that just kind of in a different way. So traders need to be thinking about that because, we're all here to make money, but, what Danny's talking about is really good money management and capital preservation, which is the number one thing in the game. You need to, in order to ratchet your account balance higher, you need to manage the money. And I talk about that a lot with traders who are up significant profits. And Danny's actually a living example of this. If you're up significant money on the day, as you continue taking trading opportunities, your job is to manage that money. If I'm up big and I continue trading and I start to give some of that money back, you might want to cut it off for the day and ensure that you're walking away with at least half of that money that you're making. So half of the 16,000 he was talking about. But as those profits get even more significant, you want to capture a larger percentage of it. And Danny's a great example. Up 16 grand and he's only risking $3,700 on his next trade. Like that's smart. I'll put it that way.
Mick, you nailed it. I took notes here while he's talking because I always like to understand what traders, how they think. And he's about size positioning, risk management, account management, where the count is for the day, and all these things determine what he decides after that. So, Danny, hey guys, if you have questions, put it in chat for you. So, Danny, our community over here, Topstep, you're. A lot of people, shitloads of people know about you, but we have folks that are probably going to ask you some questions in here. So fire away. Is there anything else that you can kind of share with us about your trading journey, how you got here? I mean, this isn't your first week of trading, right?
No, absolutely not. Like everyone else, everyone says the same thing. It's taken us a lot of hard work, a lot of, becoming more mature in the process of trading. I started with options trading, realized that options trading wasn't the best thing to do. I mean, I'm not bashing on people who do options. Options is cool and everything, but I found that futures is just a lot more simpler, less complicated. You're buying and you're selling there. You don't have to worry about a greed, coming in. You have micros to trade with if you don't want to risk a lot of money. In options, you don't really have that. So I never really saw the point unless I was trying to hit like a 100K day, when I was playing earnings back then, and which really screwed me over so many times. But, coming into futures, I don't have those kind of temptations. So, when I came into futures, it really helped me a lot to understand that I got to stop focusing on the profits and focus on the process. So I love futures. I came up in, before trading, I was doing insurance, like customer service, stuff like that. And it was cool, but trading definitely changed my life. It's helped me a lot, and I love it, man. It's a lot of hard work, though. I will say that. Like, people think that you could just come, like, people see me making money, like people around me, people that I know.
Yep.
Like, oh, can you teach me? Can you teach me? I never once asked anybody, oh, can you teach me? Can you teach me? I did my own research of different kind of traders, and I never talked down on anybody. I just said, okay, I'm going to do my research. I'm not going to have someone hold my hand, through me again, because I know we have a lot of these, basically you try to take other people's trades, stuff like that.
Yep.
I think it's important to learn for yourself because, like, regardless of all that, what's going to make me successful is learning myself and understanding why I'm going to go in that trade, why I'm going to short that trade. So, I mean, the learning experience was like the biggest thing for me, right? Like, I never quit and I always did my own research. Like, I was never trying to leech off of something. I was always trying to learn for myself and be successful for myself, and that's always what made me feel good as a trader.
Mick, I got some rapid fire questions, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, Danny, as far as learning and doing your own thing, I mean, you have the discipline. You talk about discipline, and I think what's been the best learning experiences for you? Has it been like learning from the mistakes that you've made along the way, going back to the options and other stuff, or where have you found your most learnings in your journey here? Which you're 4 years in, and gosh, I mean, you're putting up some great stuff with on these Topstep accounts.
So what's been my biggest learning experience was, and I think it could be for all of us, right, was being tired of losing money, pretty much, right? So having to reset and always telling myself, oh, I'm going to change. Because I've done the same thing that all of these guys in this industry have done, right? Is saying, hey, I just blew my account. I'm going to change this time. Next time, I'm going to come in with a better mindset. I'm just going to be better. And then you come in, you make money, and then what happens? You blow it, right? Because you go back to your old place, because we have us humans have that nature of just creating these bad habits. So you got to learn how to break the habits. And what's helped me break those habits was eventually basically grabbing my notepad, my journal, whatever it is, writing down my plan, what I'm going to do for the day. And then after this is done, I walk away, regardless if it's a win and a loss. Again, I wasn't focused on the profits. I wasn't focused on what I lost. I wasn't trading big contracts to try to make money. I wasn't trying to make money no more. I was trying to become a good trader, So the money, I removed that from my aspect, right?
Yeah.
And I detached my emotions and myself from the money. And I was focusing on the process of becoming a better trader, rather than trying to, catch a big move to try to make $5,000, That's what helped me a lot, rather than what people do. They're focused on what are they focused on? Passing their evals fast, right? So they get through them fast. And it's okay. Like I tell people, like you can trade heavy size and still have good risk management. Just know your risk. You know what I mean? Like if you're okay with the drawdown and how much money you're spending at the end of the day, you can trade 15 cons on the eval just as long as you have good risk management. You're going to have a tight stop, but do it, make it happen, right?
Framing out the trades.
Danny, I know you're on social. You're big on social. Try to answer some of these in a tweet size answer. How do you what indicators do you use?
I'm a volume-based trader.
Volume-based trader.
I use volume profile. I use it a lot. I use VWAP, and that's it.
Okay, cool. Are you in an open position right now?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and I know you're not in an open relationship because I met your wife. So
yeah,
and you got a baby, right? One or two?
On the way.
On the way,
congratulations.
Yeah, we're talking about it. Got a lot of Danny. Danny, you're speaking the truth. Bingo. He's preaching. Danny, I like it. Very humble dude. I know you're a humble dude, but in Vegas, I don't know. On the tables, you were slinging it. So your risk management is very different at a casino, because I know this because I gave Danny $1,000 chip. I go, let's go see what you can do. And by the time I checked in with him, he was like, it's gone, dude. But when it comes. Yeah,
it was already done.
Right.
That's play money in Vegas.
But then when it comes to trading, Danny, you switch your gears. You're all about like risk management. You're all about focus. You're not looking at anybody else. You're not, nobody bothers you. It's all about your journey and getting better each day. That's what I'm hearing.
He's treating it as a business, and I really appreciate him talking about how hard it is to be trading. People underestimate how disciplined you have to be in this business, and he's treating it as a business. He's not seeking the dollar signs. He's seeking good trades. Money's a byproduct of the good trades, and I really appreciate that he's talking about how hard it is, because super difficult, and this is just wonderful for our traders to hear. It's stuff that I like preaching regularly on this segment, and it's coming from the horse's mouth today, and someone who's been very successful doing this, not only with Topstep but outside of Topstep.
Danny, how do you decide when to stop trading? Umar says that.
It's got to align with my rules. You know what I mean? So like if I'm down, for example, 100 ticks on the day, that's enough for me, because that's usually what I win on the day. You know what I mean? Yeah. I can't be down 100 stuff. But you see, I'm not saying if I'm down 10,000, I'm down 100 ticks. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's different first mindset shift, right? Before it was like, oh my gosh, I'm down 10,000, I'm gonna freak out. Like, no, this week I'm up over 1,000 ticks. If I take a loss tomorrow, it is what it is. Guess what? I'm still up thousands of dollars for the week, because I go by ticks. I'm not going by the money, the dollar sign. You know what I mean?
And that's the discipline there. It's Danny doing what he needs to do for his business and not doing what he wants to do in the trading, sticking to his rules. It's something that's so hard for traders to do. It's easy to make exceptions, but this is what works consistently over time. And
Danny, how do you start planning the day with sizing?
How do I start playing? Well, I stick to one size. I'm not going around trying to switch. If my account starts getting into a bad position, like let's say, I go down to 50K, I'll probably size down to 10 cons maybe, right? Try to come up a little bit, size down depending on how I'm doing on the week. There'll be times where, I have, 2 bad days, and I'll go back to trading a little smaller size to get back into that consistency. Because I'm not focused on making money. I'm already in the profits, even on my live account, right? I'm focused on getting back on track into that consistency while not losing any more money, right?
Love it.
Danny, what do you trade mainly?
NQ, only NQ. I don't even trade. I don't touch ES.
What's your favorite strategy?
supply and demand, right? Imbalances, balances. That's it.
What's your daily loss? What's your daily loss limit?
See, I have a daily tick limit. You know,
Tick limit. Got it. Going back to the ticks. All right. So what is that?
100 ticks. I don't want to lose more than 100 ticks on the day.
What time frame do you trade?
What time frame? I trade the 5, the 1, and the 15 second. I know people are probably like 15 second.
What short time frame?
Hey.
I want to say something impressive though with those short time frames you're talking about. At least on these express funded accounts that you are, by the way, getting called up to live from. You're going to be at our prop firm as of today, so you'll be starting in a live account with us very soon. Danny, hold times are over an hour on these trades.
A lot of the trade, yeah. When I swing at night, I hold the whole night most of the time. You know, I don't put EP levels because I find a direction that is going to lead up through the whole night. Last night I didn't take any swings, right? But the nights that I do swing, I find a direction and I find a key level, and I play that key level with a very tight stop loss. Like you still see, I have a stop loss set on every swing that I go in. I still have a stop loss set, but I have no TP because for me, it's going to run all the way up. You know what I mean? It usually does, you know, man. Overnight. I mean, take a look at the market right now. Look at the past 3 nights. It's ran a certain direction each night. You know what I mean? So finding that key level and understanding how these candles are moving, these wicks are forming, you take the trade based off that. But finding the key level, and like not trying to rush into it. You know, like saying, "Oh, I'm going to go into this trade because of this." You know, rather than going in the trade at that key level and then holding that trade overnight. Because if I risk 50 ticks, if I lose 50 ticks, oh, well, I lose 50 ticks. You know what I mean?
Right.
Danny, I feel like you're making me look so good here because I talk about framing out the risk. I talk about the big money is made catching a piece of the trend for the day. I talk about hold times all the time. You're doing that. You've got your bias. You can put something on, leave it. You've got your risk established. I like that you don't have the take profits out there because who knows, these markets can run. And when you've got big size on and you're catching a piece of the trend for the day, let's look at his stats. I mean, he's putting up massive winning days, and that's stuff I always talk about. So again, you're making me look good.
What's your biggest setback and learning lesson?
Oh, my biggest setback was a long time ago. Right, losing it all, like blowing the account, literally.
Like this is like just like money you had set aside that you got, or how'd you get the money?
Was doing when I was doing options. I worked for the money. You know what I mean? So it's a bigger. It hit me hard. It's one of those points where I was probably a month in very bad conditions mentally and physically. Right, I didn't want to leave my room, and I didn't want to talk to anyone either.
Been there.
I blew up like $100,000.
Of real money in the markets.
Real money, cash account.
You got me beat by 10 grand, and boy, does that hurt. It hurts, man.
Oh man, it feels horrible. You know what I mean? I still remember that day. I don't like remembering that day, man. It's horrible.
Did you puke?
Yes, man, puke. Like I said, I was in bad conditions for about a whole month. Bad conditions as in like mentally suffering, right? Very depressed, very, but at that point I was like, well, now it's lost. And I was young too, you know what I mean?
How old are you right now?
I'm 22.
22. When do you
start trading? You still are young.
Yeah, when did you start trading?
Around 18 years old.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, stomach, gut punch, you're feeling that way. But you stuck with it. And why'd you stick with it?
I do boxing. I've done boxing before. Been an athlete my whole life. Right now, obviously, I've just been eating DoorDash and stuff, but I just got back in the gym. But I've been an athlete my whole life, and everything that I do, I always try to become successful before I cut it out. You know what I mean? So like boxing, for example, when I went into that sport, I wanted to be the best, and I'm competing against myself. I'm not competing against any of the traders on Topstep. I'm not competing against anyone else on here. I'm competing against myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
reach.
It's a competition against me. How good can I be how good of a boxer can I be? How good of a trader can I be? Right? Are you gonna let this pull you down? I had a lot of setbacks when I was boxing. I got my butt kicked many times by bigger kids than me. Right? So what did I have to do? I had to train to be better. It brought down my ego. It took me down. But guess what? I was competing against myself. I wanted to be better because I wanted to be better for me.
Hell yes. Hell yeah.
Else. That's what got me back,
Yeah.
And look, pays off, man. It pays off. Because
Well, that's what I was just going to say. That 100 that you lost, you put up 100 in a few days. So I sure as hell hope you take 100 off the table. I don't know. What are you looking to take off the table and send to your bank account? Because Topstep will do it, and we'll have it done by probably end of the week, or maybe early next week.
nothing. I'm gonna get to 200K first. I'll probably take out like $4,000. That's it. But I'm gonna get to.
I gotta go take money out of my kids' college fund now to help. No, I'm joking.
My regular train account is now over $1 million. My live account.
Oh,
so I like the big size.
Okay, so hold on, get this straight. You busted out at 18. You lost 100. You puked. You're depressed. You're struggling. You got back in the ring. You started kicking ass, sparring. I don't know, fighting against yourself, winning against yourself. Got back up after falling down. That's a boxer thing, I'm thinking. But after that, how do you go back in? This is a big question. I always like to. How do you go back into the market ring, and where's your head? Because like the next day, however many months, or was that a couple years later that you got back in the markets?
I never took a break, man.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was depressed, obviously, because I have no money, right? Yeah. But I didn't take no breaks, man. I kept going, and I never stopped. I just kept going.
Even when you were feeling like shit, you were still going. And was that making it harder to trade?
Yeah, it was making it hard to trade, but I knew I had to become better. So I started door dashing. Instacart, DoorDash.
Yeah. I had to get a bartending job. I had to get a second job after I blew out because I was still trading, and then I needed that second income. So then I took pressure off the primary, or the income that I wanted to be my primary income, which was trading.
There's no excuses. You can get, there's no excuses. You're going to find a way to make money regardless and go back into the markets, right? If you want an excuse, you're going to find an excuse.
100%.
While those extra jobs might not be fun, definitely something that's important for people to have so you don't have that pressure to perform in your trading. I don't have a blowout story, but came very close to it, and I took some time off from trading, and I was doing other odds and end jobs, and that was a really nice relief, taking a couple months off of trading, having some income coming in, knowing I could pay the bills, and not feeling the pressure to perform or take trades that were marginal trades just to make money and pay the bills. So it's important for traders who are newer in their trading career. Make sure you have a source of income coming in. It really frees your mind up when you're taking the trades that you're taking, because you don't want to force trades. You want to just find good trades. You want to find the best trades, like Danny said earlier today.
All right, so big question. I got more, but what is the worst thing you have ever done? You could either say in your life or in the markets.
So open-ended.
I gave you an out. I'm starting to give outs. What's the worst thing you've ever done in either your life, or in the markets?
I've done a lot of bad things, man. But
come on, dude. Come on.
Done a lot of bad things. Blown a lot of money in the past, right? Like long time ago, man. I've blown a lot of money in Vegas and stuff like that. Doing stupid stuff like that. When I was 15, I was such a bad kid. My parents had to send me to like a juvie when I was 15 years old in Mexico. Sent me out. I was there for 3 months, no communication with the outside world. Locked in with a bunch of people that were mentally disabled. And that's when I realized, dude, I do not want to go down this path, man. Get me out of here. I was trying to find a way to escape. So. Yeah.
Okay, so that is the most real effing answer we've ever gotten from this question, and it's literally open and honest, it's transparent, it's humble, and my God, thanks for being a lot of people jam up on that one. You nailed it. You hit it out of the park. Exactly how you've been trading. It's actually all that seems like it's built like you to this day.
Oh yeah, I've been through a lot of stuff people don't know about. I don't talk about it a lot. You know what I mean? But one day I will. I've been through a lot. I moved out of my parents' house when I was 13 years old. I ended up living with my grandparents when I was 13. My grandparents, they're not very fortunate. I had a lot of issues when I was younger. People don't know that, right? Mm-hmm. But what's built me independently since I was 13 years old, right? I created my own system, my own thing, right? I didn't make an excuse and say, oh, well, my grandparents don't have money. How am I going to make it out? well, I have to get my own car. Well, I got to pay my own phone bill, my own insurance, stuff like that. I found a way to make it happen than to make excuses and feel bad, pity for myself, you know? I got to go, you know? Yeah.
Do you know how hard, you do know how hard, and others out there, if you don't have a fallback, do you know how hard trading is? If you don't have a fallback, and think about this, like a rich uncle or parents that'll say, yeah, come back to the basement. Your bedroom's still open if you lose it all. If you don't have that fallback, it makes it exponentially more harder, in my opinion, to trust your gut and build what you need to build, because you also need to know what to build, which sounds like you did know what to build, and you kept jabbing away at it. Yeah. So you have the boxer mentality, you have a trader mentality. Sounds like you're a great family man as well. Danny, I appreciate you coming on here. We want to make it a quick touch and go so you can get on with your life. We hope that we can work more closely with you. I hope that hat turns into one of these hats right here with a 100K payout club.
Yeah.
So let's send it. We got to get it to him.
I'll show you. Hold on. So here you go. I got these. We're going to have one made for you, but we have never built one to the size that you put up yet. So it's Topstep Fund to Trader, which you are. And it says 5K payout club. The 5K club. We're going to get a 100K club on you. It's going to be solid gold, like that's gold. And I want you to wear. We're gonna sponsor your ass if you allow us to do that, because we want to endorse you and because you're humble, you're a good trader. Somebody in here goes, Danny's a gambler. What do you say to that person right now?
Did you hear him talk about his risk?
There you go.
His risk management.
Yeah, exactly, Mick. What do you say, Danny?
I don't say anything to them, man. They are they trading? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all gambling today. Getting married is gambling. Buying a house is gambling. It's all gambling. I mean,
everything he talked about and his trading and his framing out of his trades is the exact opposite of gambling. We did talk about gambling with Las Vegas stories, but this is serious, treating it as a business, money management. So
Mick,
that's my 2 cents on that, coming from the risk manager.
Mick, got to ask you a question now. What's Danny? What do you? I know he's. This is fresh and new, but what's the live call up about? On him. I know you're the final decision maker as the head of risk.
Oh yeah, we're putting him at the prop firm.
There
today.
You go.
We're going to close these XFAs down. I told Danny when I was on the phone with him, we had a great conversation this morning. His ending balances from these 2 XFAs are going to be his starting balances in his live account, and it's Thursday today. He'll be up and running next week in that live account.
Of what balance? Starting balance?
It's going to be $120,000,
okay.
Michael.
So $120,000, I love it. $120,000 in a live account. Now, Danny, here's the difference between Topstep and any other people that you've worked with or talked to or whatever in the funding. We take traders live and like really quickly, like to tell your wife, to tell your friends that you're a trader, like, and you're kicking ass and all that. Those order, you're not a forever sim trader. You're definitely not a forever sim trader. So we take kick-ass traders and we put them on a live with our prop firm because they are professional. It's the whole reason why I created it. The funding industry. Topstep started the funding industry with Eddie is one guy. Mick showed up a few years later. This is some of the founding folks that created the industry of funding, and we've been doing it and putting on traders on live accounts since the beginning, 2010. So when all these pop-ups pop up in 2010 or 2018 to 2020, and they never put traders on live accounts, that's them not believing that they can actually develop or find live or find kick-ass professional traders. That's been a belief system we've had since day one, and we're seeing this with more and more. When Mick comes on here and tap on the shoulder segment about all the people we bring up. Danny, you're a big home run hit. Love having you on here. Thanks for asking the worst thing you've ever done, because that right there shows you are an open-minded trader that is transparent and let the chips fall where they may.
That's right.
Privilege having you on, Danny. I loved hearing your backstory too. When you don't have a fallback like that, as Michael was talking about, I mean, you have to take things that much more seriously, and that's exactly what you did. And I'm so happy that there's an awesome success story here with you, and can't wait to work with you more while you're in the live account. But I think you got everything covered because you got your risk covered.
You do. Danny, thanks for coming on. I know some of our folks at Topstep are going to want to reach out to you, and we'll see what we can do. But it was great meeting you down in Vegas. You're a cool cat. We had a beer together. You crushed. You blew through my $1,000 chip pretty quickly. But hey, you're forgiven because you're crushing. You're more of a trader than you are. You're more of a trader than you are a gambler, which I think you had that figured out a long time ago.
I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, take care.
Very grateful. Thank you.
All right, take care, buddy. Trade well.
See you soon.
All right. Mick, what do you think?
I'm pumped. I'm just pumped. Nothing else to say. He's knocking it out of the park. I liked everything that he said on the money management side. Like, this guy takes it seriously. He's not gambling. And you know what? He talked about what he's got in his personal live account. This is someone who's going to be taking money out of the markets for a long period of time with his outlook like that. Everything he was talking about with his trading, he's doing what he should be doing and not what he wants to be doing. It's something I talked about. I mentioned he made me look good because, like, a lot of the things he said were things that I preach on this segment. But without having someone, and I find good examples of this, with our traders and stuff. But to have someone come on and talk the same stuff that I've been talking made me feel pretty good. So that was awesome. What a cool dude. I had a great call with him on the phone today. It was last minute. It's like, hey, awesome trading. Would you be open to coming on Topstep TV today? We got a segment 50 minutes from now. He's like, oh, yeah. I look forward to this. Is going to be a fun, good relationship. And I know we're going to be talking about him a lot more on the shoulder tap segments as well as other segments too. Well, it'd be cool if we could get him on to, talk trading with you guys before the shoulder tap segment too. But whatever he wants to do, it was really cool hearing about his story too. I got a lot of more respect for him, having him share and hearing about that. People go through struggles and sometimes they don't come out better or stronger. And he's a classic example of someone who, has got a good head on his shoulders, and despite what, he went through, has overcome life in a lot of different areas.
Well said. Guys, go subscribe to Danny. Watch Danny. We put people on here. If you tune away from Topstep, no one ever come back. Hopefully we pointed you in the right direction with somebody else. If you want to do both of us, fine, and all that kind of stuff. But we're always going to bring on other traders because we like to be around traders that talk this type of talk. There's no Ferrari sitting on Ferraris and all that kind of like whatever. This guy can talk it out. We always say talk out the trade. So he can talk it out. Appreciate Danny if you're still listening, you coming on. Mick, appreciate you working with him. Appreciate you pulling him up to live. That's all I got. I'm out for the rest of the day. I'm ending the day right now, Mick, up $2,200. I had a position on while Danny was trading.
Nice.
So you guys can share my screen so you know I'm not lying. It's not Danny money, but I'd say, Mick, I'm in a good trader money today, right? In your world.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, I appreciate it. Short from 64.5. Been having fun trading with the guys today, and all that kind of good stuff. Mick, I'm going to be out, but keep us updated on Danny, everything he's doing over there. Guys, go subscribe to what he's doing, and
you got it.
That's it.
Yeah. So what we'll do now is we got Hoag and Dolby coming up next to take some trades, and we'll go to a break if that's okay. MP, let us know if you get in any other positions. Hopefully, no trouble.
Yeah, hopefully no. I'm not liking this one totally, so I'm going to take it off really quickly.
Get it off.
I tend to take it off a little bit.
When you don't like it or you don't know anymore, take it off. You can always put it back on. Michael, you're up 2,200. Let's make sure we lock in a good percentage of that for the day.
2110 is all because I got long down there at it was like 07s. It was, I don't know where it was. Yeah, something like that.
Right around the lows.
Right around the lows. It did that spike down. Tilt got very short. Guys, we'll talk more about tilt. 60 handles easily off that bounce. So that was all while Danny was doing it. I was able to multitask. So sorry, I'm a trader first, guys. All right, I'm out. Have a good one.
What a fun morning. Thanks, Michael.
See you guys.
All right. We'll take a quick break and be right back with Dolby and Hoag. Stick around.
Welcome to Power Players. I feel like we just watched Power Players. This is a tough act to follow with Danny there. That was some fantastic trading. It kind of reminds me of the old days. My heart can't handle that shit anymore, but maybe some of you guys can handle those kinds of trades. But awesome trading, Danny. Great interview. Thank you, Mick. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, MP. And of course, thanks to Danny. What are we looking at here? Dolby, you had some crude trades you took today you wanted to talk about.
I did, yeah.
I can put that chart up here. We can
if you want to, yeah. Actually, I have. You can put up your chart. Just put up on a 5-minute, and then we can kind of draw my trades on your screen if you want.
You got it. You got it. This should be fun.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for letting me join you guys, by the way.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, little 3-man weave today.
Andre, great to have you.
The 3-man weave from what gym class? Doing a little basketball.
Yeah, you remember those days.
I do. I sucked at basketball. It was terrible.
Me too.
That was my least favorite.
That was the joke today. How bad we were.
I was definitely picked last every time.
Yeah.
I'm like 5'7", not quite basketball height.
Yeah, I'm gravitationally
like
challenged.
7'4".
Yeah, being a white kid from the burbs didn't really lend to my basketball skills.
I did play soccer though.
Me too.
For a long time. Hey, it's perfect.
All right, so let's see these oil trades you're talking about, Dolby.
Yeah, so I can't see your screen, Hoag. Maybe I'm just on the wrong thing. But anyways.
Are you on the Ant server?
Nah, I'm not. Maybe Jack can send me a link. You can DM me a link on the Ant server. Anyways, I'm not on this so server. I got short initially 74.80. And then took profit at 74.37. So that was a pretty quick trade.
Nice. Okay, so this was
at
here's what I know you do. So you put a little box over that consolidation area there.
I did.
And then you looked at the high of that consolidation area, took a short, and then did you hold it through the low of that consolidation area? Can you see it yet?
I got 40 ticks.
40 ticks. So you were short, what, 74, 60 something?
No, 80s. 80s on the top. Yeah, I was a hair early.
Right at the top. Very nice.
The consolidation didn't quite form. I did classify this as an early trade in my book, I believe. But I got filled for 40 ticks almost like immediately. But the consolidation still ended up being true. And if I wanted to, I probably could have gone back in and had taken that trade again, even after I had gotten the 40 ticks.
Because it broke out the downside of that little consolidation area.
Yeah, and then ended up like coming back up again and kind of bopping around. This was at between 8:30 and 9. Like 8:30, 8:50 to 5 minute tightens up.
Right.
And I was a little early on the consolidation, but I did end up consolidating. And then the last trade was actually a two-parter. I know we were talking about like averaging down and dollar cost averaging. Something I might get in trouble for this one. We'll see. So something I do occasionally. So let's say I'm risking 20 ticks to make 40. So 2 to 1.
Good.
If something I saw when I was doing consolidation trading is that sometimes you will get a run out of the consolidation and then it'll come back in. And so when I started, or even like that little tip at like, what it is, to the left, to consolidation previously, it did like that little run over 74.80 or maybe like just hit it. And so like what you can do is you can average down in the position in the trend of the market for really, really low risk. And if you get filled and it goes in your favor, you're in a ridiculously good position. If it doesn't, you're out, let's say 3 to 4 ticks.
Right.
So you really only have to hit them every 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 times, and it does work. But like I said, you have to be. I would say you want to trade with the trend because you want that to be a stop run that you're then getting in with. So we can detail the second trade. I can kind of show you how it panned out. So the entry would be at 9:30 on the dot, and it was at 74.06. I think it's in my journal, or 74.05, and then I took a second short at 74.13. So I got filled at 74.05. I took heat on it, but I still liked the position. So then I added a second at 74.13, but then my stop was at 74.24. So like the entire risk of the trade is still like approximately going to be about $20, maybe 25. So you do end up taking a little bit of heat on it, but it's not the end of the world. Well, it ended up panning out. And on the first contract, I ended up getting 73.90. And then on the second one, I ended up getting 73.66.
90s to 66 is nice job. How much? So you're up today?
Almost 108 ticks today.
Very nice.
Yeah. So that would be, I'm trading micros in a personal. So if we were trading in the trading combine, that comes out to
$1,000.
About $1,000.
Yep.
Hey, I got a question real quick. You said you do consolidation trading. Can you tell me what that is or help explain that to me?
Yeah, for sure. It's actually, maybe other people will phrase it differently, but a consolidation to me, and it's my most favorite setup in the whole wide world, is the 5-minute consolidation. Basically, all you're looking for is the 5-minute to barcode.
Yep.
And you just want those candlesticks to kind of just be in a very similar range. So like that 8:30 setup in crude oil. is like kind of a textbook consolidation, in my opinion. You have like, even though they're kind of long, they're very equidistant candlesticks on the 5 minute.
Like the
price
range?
price starts consolidating and it gets tight. And so what you can do is, I like shorting tops and buying bottoms. So I don't want to play the breakout. So once you start seeing a consolidation set up, you can basically just place a limit order. If you want to get short, you let it sit up top, and then you're kind of just making a bet that it's going to come back up and hit you, and then it's going to continue back down again.
So range trade.
If that's what it's called, I just call them consolidations.
Yeah, fair enough. Johnny, right? Yeah, he's trading the ranges.
100%.
Gotcha.
So he's got the range trading, figured out. I mean, when you start to get consistent lows and consistent highs, you fade those.
Yep.
Well done. Okay.
I think people take different approaches towards consolidations. I think some people like playing the breakouts. Some people, want to do what I do and try to get like an optimal price, which can be frustrating sometimes. Like I think I said on Tuesday, like one of the harder parts of executing a strategy is that all of your setups take 15 to 20 minutes to evolve. Yeah. And so if you miss it and then it ends up running on you, the FOMO becomes very, very real.
I know. It's
and typically when I go on tilt, it is because of that. It's not because I'm doing consecutive losers. It's because my sick fill that never got filled because it missed by 2 ticks.
Right.
Launched me into the moon, and now I blew up my account. But it's
now
not
you're
because,
chasing.
Yeah. Now then you're chasing, and then it's like the worst feeling ever. So it does take a lot of patience. I think Danny's holding trades for an hour, so I mean patience is key. And if you really want to do as little work as possible and make as much money,
that sounds amazing.
It does, right? Well, let the market do the work for you. You know what I mean? He's put it on positions and going to sleep and setting a stop loss, and the market is working for him.
It's gangster.
While that's going on, man. Strategy.
I haven't. In 31 years, I haven't mastered going to sleep with a position.
You don't sleep. You don't sleep. You think you're sleeping, but you're half awake the entire time, looking at your screen, checking your phone. You're not really
getting up at 1 in the morning, going to check. Getting up at 3 in the morning, going to check.
Yeah, we should have gotten advice from Danny on how to sleep and have a position.
Is
it melatonin? Is it something that Eddie has? Maybe I don't know what it takes to do that.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can even hold a micro overnight.
Well, I do hold stuff overnight, but it's got to be seriously in my direction, and I'm not going to be day trading in the overnight session because again, it's I don't have the heart muscle to do that. It is a young man's game to be trading that kind of size, at least from where I sit. Yeah, God bless him. Wonderful.
You were slinging size when you were young too. When you were a young trader too, Johnny. I mean, I kind of feel like we all.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, and that was. It was exhausting standing in the pit for 6 hours and 45 minutes every day with that kind of pressure and losses and profits, and it was. I mean, it was crazy. Time actually went really fast unless you had a position on, and because anytime you have risk on, time slows. And I kind of like the idea of of sleeping through a position because then I don't have to sit there and watch the time click.
Yep, you don't have to watch the unrealized P&L take heat on it and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that, sleeping through positions, because on Tuesday I was journaling and I'm getting back into trading again, so this is
awesome.
Kind of fun to do. I think on Tuesday I was talking about how I don't want to move my positions, edit them and manipulate it. And I went back to my journal on Tuesday or yesterday actually, and I put on 3 trades. I think I ended up being like plus 20 ticks or break even. However, on my last 2 trades, if I had not done anything, I would have been up plus 80 instead of plus 20. So if I had just gone to sleep, I would have made an extra 60 ticks.
Yeah, you were available to overmanage the trade.
And it's the worst. I do it all the time. It's probably my number one thing I have to work on is over managing positions.
You're lineating.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Let's talk about that. What can you do? What can we do? Because we all overmanage. What can we do? Just let it play out to either stop or profit target? How do we fight that or combine?
Let it go. Turn off the screen. Close the charts. Do something else.
Walk the dog.
Walk the dog. Yep.
Play drums. I mean, I got drumsticks here.
Well, you guys are both drummers, right?
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you can find stuff to do. I think another way to think about it is like, don't think of a position as something that has to get managed. Think of it more as like a pool shot. Like line it up and then you hit it, and then whatever happens. But there's no managing a pool shot after you've taken the shot. You just let it play out. Whatever happens.
I like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that definitely has a lot to do with your time frame. I mean, if you're a short time frame trader and you're in trades for 5 to 15 minutes, to be able to stay in a trade for longer than that just requires to build those muscles and look at a longer time frame. Dolby, look at where we are. I mean, 73.15 is weekly kickoff low. Seems to be having a little bit of trouble getting through that. I know that the trend is to the downside today, 100%, but this is an important level. Seems like there's been a lot of time spent down here without any longer time frame participation, but
there's
one way or another
going on now.
Yeah.
What I was really surprised about, it's cool having the tilt now.
I was just going to ask about that. Tell us about tilt.
Oh man, I was so angry watching all the Topstep traders trade crude oil today because I've traded crude a long time. It's my product. I know the personality, and it is not a market that you want to counter trend trade, especially if you wake up and you're already down $1. That's like not a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time I was looking at the tilt, Topstep CL traders were long. I'm like, what are you guys doing? We're down at that point like $2, $3, $4, and you're trying to get long crude oil.
Taking bottoms.
There's no way.
Yeah.
No way. At the very least, your first trade or two should be in the direction of the market, and if that doesn't pan out, then maybe go back and revisit. But waking up and having the cojones to throw on your one lot against multiples of millions and billions of dollars being short.
It's at a level now that would be the first spot I would even think about taking a long on a market that's this directional to the downside.
Yeah. It's just, and this is, the thing, we talk about specializing in markets. Maybe you have one or two markets that you trade. If someone who doesn't trade crude oil hops into crude today and you're down $3 and you're trying to go long, I mean, there's some experience that it pays to keep to at least one market and maybe have an auxiliary.
And this breakout of this trend line, 1, 2, 3, bear flag broke out yesterday, continuation today.
Yeah, and I woke up today and built my house, and I was just like, well, it looks like I'm just drawing downtrend lines all day, so we're just going to go short until it doesn't work. And guess what? It worked all day.
Nicely done.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. It's just, that was my plan, is that, I have a hard time getting aligned with the market, so let me develop a system and execute it. And it's simple. If the market looks like it's going down, then I'm just going to go short at the levels that I like.
Yeah, this is a pretty cheap long down here.
Yeah, now it's kind of interesting, and I do have a level down here, which is
73.4. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, when crude gets going, it is such a cool product to trade.
Rips, right?
Oh god, yeah. 72.92 I have is a July 17th bounce. But let's see if we get down there.
Weekly kickoff is sometimes those levels are pretty good, if I do say so myself.
Where do those levels come from?
Dre, we were have had a couple of decent trades on here, but you were short, and I'm thinking, okay, if we get down through 4,500, I hope he stays short. But you noticed that the tilt was tilty to the short side, so you covered that trade. Great job.
Yeah, I was able to capture some profits on that one. It looked like we kept seeing them, kept wanting to push lower and lower, and bids kept coming in. While it's short, then it starts trading sideways, and then you see that the shorts start building and tilt, and I'm like, all right, well, now I know the majority's getting with me. It might be time to get out and reevaluate and see if there is a pullback or these shorts do get squeezed that I can get in from a better price. And it just happened to play out that tilt was very valuable. I think that's been the theme of the day trading equities, that tilt has been a very valuable tool as far as decision making has gone. Yeah. So yes, I was able to buy. I was able to get out at 02 in the orders, so that was a pretty good exit price there.
Yeah, I think that is a great exit.
Yeah,
I think you've actually had more experience looking at the tilt than I have, because I'm still questioning the trust on it.
Yeah. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I would say a majority of the time, being in the minority is more advantageous. Like Dolby was saying with crude, maybe not so much, but with equities, I think once the majority is pushing it one way, it's like we saw the weekly held positions, short time frames, trades that are weekly held.
Right,
So kind of playing that, I would say.
The weak hands.
Weak hands, exactly. And that's you see him get shake. Hell, I've been the weak hand before, so I know how it feels to be on the other side. And so you kind of try to get in the heads of where the majority is at and where the market is going to move next. So, but yeah, I mean, John,
I get, the weaker my hands are. So, Tuesday we broke out above that weekly kickoff level. It traded back to it. Traded back to it, 4,500.
Oh, 40.
So there, this is where it found buyers after the market ripped higher on that number, and this is where it found support. So every time it went down near that, that was a good buy. Was looking for it to get close to it today for another opportunity, but it didn't quite get into that. Didn't quite get tight enough down there.
And how many stops were camping out just beneath 4,500 too? I'm surprised we didn't trip them.
That's true.
I mean,
seems very juicy.
To get long right around 4,500. It's just a big fat round number. Maybe they did, but there's stops beneath. Yeah, but there's stops beneath it. I'm surprised we didn't. I mean, whoever got long down there, props to you and way to hang on because
it still might go down there. I kind of divide the markets up into certain times. Like for crude, it's 8 to 10. Then you have 10 to 10:30, which is Euro close. Sometimes you can get kind of like a reversal from the trend there. Then you have lunchtime. Typically, you don't really get a whole lot. And then you got that second session for crude, in my opinion, is 12 to 1:30. And I kind of break them down into that way because trends can kind of evolve differently over those different time frames. Sometimes things reverse, different people come in, different players, different volume. And so I still think 4,500 is probably in play. There's a lot of time left, and it's lunch.
Yeah.
John,
I've been saying all morning that this market's probably going to resolve lower.
Let's get short right now then. Screw it.
Well, VWAP, look at it, went right back to VWAP. VWAP is 45.14 half, still holding there. It's about the halfway mark, and that halfway mark, which is not a true fib level, is on every fib.
I'm seeing it too, Johnny. Shit. You said 45.15 half was the
14 half is where VWAP is right now.
Oh, yeah.
What time frame is that, Hoag?
This is the 30-minute chart.
Oh, that's a big chart. What's the 5-minute look like?
Well, the VWAP should be in the same spot.
Oh, yeah.
Although it isn't. It's a little bit off on this, but...
Oh, my God. Crude's pushing down $5.
Again?
$5 a barrel. $5 a barrel. We're down. That's almost 10%.
Wow. What was the headline today? I thought the headline
I got no idea.
There you go. All right. So now if we find acceptance down below this level, there's lots of space down below.
There's a lot of space.
Take a look at the daily. One swing low down here at 72.84, and then it's space.
Yeah. I had to open up TradingView today and go to a continuous chart to go and find levels today because everything else was almost non-existent.
What did you say? July 17th levels are in play right now?
72.92. It was a really small bounce, like a support turned into a. Sorry, was it? Yeah, July 17th. 72.92 is the level.
Wow.
Then that's on the continuous chart. On the January chart, the 17th low is 72.84. It's not that much different, but
that's probably about the same. But we're getting pretty damn close to it, so we might get a bounce. But when crude is behaving like this, typically you'll get a smaller bounce. And then
I was just say, can you? I'm not familiar with crude, so I'm learning as we speak. Massive trend down to. Will there be profit taking? Will there be longs coming in eventually to try to capture profits or, initiate new positions?
Theoretically,
it's such a different market. I'm not sure how it trades because I know there's all the institutional trading and commercial trading, hedging coming in there.
I would think that if we were to see buyers come in, it wouldn't be until about 1:00.
Gotcha. That's your third session of the day, like you're talking about.
It'd be kind of close to the Euro session, where it's a special half hour where things can kind of start getting weird. And this goes back to being familiar with the market that you're trading.
Right.
So the pit session for crude, it closes at 1:30. So that last half hour, you might start to get some mixing.
Big directional moves. Sometimes at the end of the day, you'll get an opposite reaction. But
exactly
with the weekly kickoff level in play here at this level, if we do see longer time frame buyers adjust inventory, it may just drop all day. But again, that depends on what they're doing. Today was switch day, so yesterday we were trading D's. Today we're trading January.
Yeah.
The fact that it's rollover is going to kind of keep the longer time frame out of the marketplace while they try and get a cheap rollover or make money on the roll. So, I mean, this activity today is somewhat unusual for a rollover.
I would say
doesn't mean it can't happen, but we may already be seeing longer time frame traders getting into this. Let me see something here. I want to see if there's.
Hoag,
hey, Johnny, when are they going to fill up
on the macro?
Sorry, go on, Jack.
Yeah, so it's basically U.S. crude builds plus the forecast of weakening Chinese demand is what's kind of putting the longer-term people into selling off oil today.
Yeah, that would do it.
A $5 sell-off on that. That's okay. I mean,
you know how much oil China buys?
Yeah,
that's true. I guess they're gonna be hitting up Russia for some more oil.
Welcome to crude. It's a party.
Yeah, there is a party, man.
It is a party.
Party on, Wayne.
I still think it moves slower than NASDAQ, though.
Yeah, it does.
To be honest. So if you think NASDAQ's a little crazy.
Let's trade ES, man. This is like the tortoise, man. It's the tortoise market over here.
Slow.
It is, but maybe you guys got me intrigued about these faster markets. No,
hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
How come no one trades RTY? That's like the stepchild of the indices, and it's like an enjoyable market.
Someone was talking about it yesterday. I want to say I do not know. Okay, we're still rallying here in S&Ps. Nasdaq's looking to test the highs, range highs today. So something we'll keep an eye on. But so generally, are you trading from open to close then, Dolby? Obviously, I see you in the chat and stuff. But are you generally trading all day?
I don't want to be. Really, like when I was doing trading combine, like the best day ever is you're done by 10:30.
Oh,
if you're done by Euro close, it's awesome. And this is like a circumstance in which I'd probably be done trading.
Guys, I have a situation that I have to attend to
now
immediately, so I apologize.
No, man, it's all good. It's all good. We got a couple more minutes. I think the quiz is coming up here.
Yeah, we can
stick around with you guys. No worries, Hoag. Feds are at the door. Go answer.
Yeah, I apologize. I got something going on here.
Later, Johnny. We'll see you tomorrow, or maybe later today.
Okay. All right. Care, blessings, everybody.
Good
trade well. Be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Pray for peace. I'll catch you later.
Wow, that's live TV for you right there.
Right. Maybe you have to ask Hoag tomorrow what the worst thing he ever did was.
How about answer changes? What is that question, man? I would never answer that question on TV. Ever.
No way.
Ever.
No way.
Ever.
Worst thing I ever did, I sent my mother a Mother's Day card 2 weeks late.
There you go. I got a parking
terrible
ticket.
Son. I am a terrible son.
You know
what about?
You know what I'll do, James? One drawback to Hoag leaving, besides we love Hoag, is that he had the charts up. So what I'll do is, if you guys want to look anything, I could share my charts because they were screwing up before when you did it, Dolby.
Oh yeah, my computer was not happy.
Hey, Jack, we got the quiz here in a couple minutes, right?
Yeah, we can talk for 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, dude, all good.
Yeah,
of the oil.
We're fine.
Yeah. Is oil still? I can't believe oil's down $5. When's the last time you've seen a move like that?
It's big. A long time. This is really, really rare. I mean, we could pull up like a stock charts thing. See what USO has done recently.
Yeah, because that's I had no idea.
And this is a massive gap down. This is huge.
Well, I'm surprised it's not bleeding. The reason I'm asking is because it has very little effect on equities. Not that it necessarily should, but when you see a move that big, at least the algos or correlation plays, something's out of whack, and you see it bleed into other markets, which I haven't really seen. What's the dollar doing? Is the dollar getting stronger?
I don't know. I don't do cross market stuff. I only look at CL, only look at consolidation.
Fair enough.
Just the trend. Got to keep it as simple as possible. Even looking at the tilt a little bit was this is not my strategy.
Oh, down 5%. It's down 5%, not $5.
Oh,
thank you, Cody. My bad.
Oh, it is 5%. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. I got Quantower up, and the way the column is listed,
Gotcha.
it just says change. And then if I expand it a hair, it says %. So
Thank you. That's all good. So hey, man, that's what this TV's. That's what we're all here for, man.
But still,
everyone's watching each other's 6.
It is
Yes.
substantial. But that's my bet. I'm back on Quantower again. You know, haven't traded in a while. I didn't fat finger a trade today.
You did? Was it a winner?
I did not fat finger.
Oh, you're not yet. We had two of the guys did have fat fingers today.
Got to flatten those immediately. Although Hoag flattened his and he was in a position already. That's
He was
so
in a position.
frustrating.
It was a winner.
When that happens. I hate when that happens because there's nothing you can do.
But hey, but to that though, to the other side of it though, you fat finger it, you sit on it, it's just gonna be a loser. It all comes full circle.
Yeah, exactly. And looks like crude maybe a little bit of support at 72.92, but I also have 72.20, top of May resistance. That's what I have listed.
72.20. All right, just fascinating. I'm learning more about crude than I have my entire life right now.
Crude's great. So much fun.
What other markets did you ever try? Did you ever trade anything besides crude? Equities, bond,
RTY.
RTY. Everyone's That's when we were saying it gets no love.
It gets 0. No one cares about RTY. But I do find that if you don't want to trade crude oil and you are interested in trading indices, I do find that it fits nicely in the middle between ES and NQ as far as volatility goes.
Is that right?
Yeah. And it trades at a pretty low dollar per tick. So like your stop, if I put like a $20 stop on NQ, it looks like so small. And if I put a $20 stop on RTY, it's like 4 times as large, like on my chart. You just get like, I think maybe a little bit more value.
Oh, it's as far as visually looking at the chart.
Yeah. And it moves a lot slower than NQ. I think it's a kind of cool market. I think CL's better in my opinion.
I love RTI. Yeah, RTI getting some love in the chat right here. Marcelo. Okay. Maybe I'll give it a peek.
Yeah, it's a good market. But
Claire?
That's not talked about as much, but I think it's a cool thing. But it has like no place. It's almost like it's like CDs. It's like why would you trade RTY when you could trade NQ, which is faster, and then why would you follow RTY if you can follow the ES, which is the main market? And so it kind of sits in like this weird place where it doesn't really like satisfy a certain need. And like also like why would you Claire's like, Claire trades RTY, but she mainly trades crude. I think crude and RTY move similarly as far as pace. They're not correlated though.
We should trade bonds. We gotta get someone out here trading bonds.
We used to trade bonds. You're bonds. Eurodollars are essentially interest rates. Hey, why do you miss bonds so much? You just like how it moves?
I mean, they're a great market for trading. Super liquid. I mean, the tick size is kind of big if you're not used to it. It's 31.25 or something like that.
I just did trading. Did you trade treasuries on the dome or the ladder, Jack?
I traded them in an auto spreader.
Auto spreader. Okay, so you're doing horizontal. Okay, yes.
So
trading vertically would be challenging.
Yeah, we traded the whole. I've seen people do it. I was never an outright trader, so we were trading like spreads all the way across the curve.
Yep.
It was good fun between about 2009 and 2015. Great time.
Yeah. It's outright trading treasuries would be tricky for sure.
Never even looked at a bond. I don't even know. I basically don't even know what they are or how they work. It's really bad, but.
You can figure it out.
I'm sure you could.
Supply and demand at the end of the day.
It's all charts. Just
yeah, it's not a chart. Buy it high or buy low, sell high.
Yeah, right.
I love when I'm told that advice.
Price over time. It's all the same.
All right. Well, definitely Nasdaq is leading.
There's some questions.
Go ahead. Fire away.
$10 for minis and $1 for micros. Another reason why I liked and started trading crude was because it was easy. I was like, $10 for a tick? Great. I can do that math.
Yeah, that math is easy.
Math is easy. We like easy math in trading.
Yes, definitely. Because you think, all right, so it looks like Nasdaq is leading the equities higher here. S&P still have some room to go. Like I said, Nasdaq is positive, still around settled. S&Ps are around just beneath settle. So keep an eye on that. Damn, I thought we were going to go beneath those 4,500s.
Finally pulling up an ES chart for the first time.
Yeah, you'll see it. It's a big old V bottom here right around 10 o'clock.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, nothing. We could not get below 4,500, which is was I thought we would for sure, but
That's been a tricky buy for some. Oh, actually, there's some decent support there.
I mean, like John was saying, Tilt got a little heavy short down there. I was short with him, so that got me shaken out.
Like, because if you're looking at ES on like a larger term like time frame, you do get a pretty solid like kind of consolidation on like the 4 hour, I think 4 hour.
I'll pull it up. Yeah,
it's like okay. I mean, you have like that 800. I don't know.
It is consolidating. You're right. It's the sideways for sure. This is the consolidation. So that's the range trade.
Yeah, that would be the range. And then maybe it goes back up to 16,000 and peters out and comes back down again. And, who knows?
Yeah,
wish we could trade. JD, what would you spread? What would you be spreading? Wish we could trade spreads. I don't know what you'd be spreading with.
Hoag, is your emergency resolved? Was it
Was he back?
There was a.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny, what's up?
Wind.
I thought you were done for the day.
There's a huge wind that just blew out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it like picked up my patio chair and an umbrella and dragged it halfway across the yard.
Wow.
So I figured I'd go get that before it goes and damages somebody else's property.
You might need that. Yeah. I didn't know what. I thought it was more serious than that. Shit. Okay, I'm glad it's just some patio.
No, I heard it happen. I'm like, what the heck was that? So I run outside and that's
shit. That's fantastic.
At least it didn't break the glass top in the window on the table.
Oh, that would have been bad. That would have been bad.
All right, so I'm glad I made money trading today because that's one loss.
Pay for the new furniture set.
Yeah.
Just the umbrella,
Okay.
That's broken.
Christmas is coming up. Looks like what you're getting.
Please,
we're starting to do like Christmas shopping stuff, and it looks like it's all going to be kitchen themed this year. So, know what we're getting.
Exciting.
Oh yeah.
Well, I know what everyone out there is getting. We got a quiz coming up right about now.
Yeah, buddy.
Abby in the waiting room. So,
all right.
Hoag, glad we got to learn what the hell happened there.
Yeah, I didn't want to freak everybody out. I was like, I didn't know what happened because I thought there was hear it. It sounded like a car crash in my backyard.
I thought there was like an ambulance outside your house or something, Johnny. I didn't know what to think.
No, I didn't know. I didn't want it to think of. I didn't know what would happen. I didn't want anybody to think it was a big deal. But I didn't want to, I want to think it was anything small that I shouldn't go take care of either, So
yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let's get the quiz rolling here then.
All right, great guys, thank you.
Great, it's a pleasure.
We'll be back.
Blessings, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Stick around for Vince after the pop quiz. To be talking about the initial balance, something we talk about a lot here. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
We'll probably learn about that. Sounds great.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for letting me join you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Hello, friends and traders, and welcome to the top quiz for today, Thursday, November 16th. Abby, hello.
Hi, buddy.
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you today?
Good, good. As you might notice, my green screen is working now.
I love this for you. What do we have going on back there?
Some part of space, I think. That's the vibe I'm looking for right now. So the resets, I'm answering questions in advance. If you get 3 or 4 of these multiple choice questions right, you'll be entered into a drawing, of which we will give away 10 resets, and I'll announce the winners during group coaching with Vince. So stick around for that. Also, remember to enter once. Please do not enter more than once. I won't catch you every time, but when I find you, you go on a list of naughty traders. We don't like naughty traders here, Abby.
We do not like that. I have my own list of naughty traders, actually, from this, this very segment.
We'll have to compare notes sometimes. But the vast majority, Young asks, can I give 100 resets? I mean, not to, we'll see. We'll raise it up, all right? So for today, it'll be 10 free resets. Remember to answer these questions on your device when they pop up because there's a delay between YouTube and out there. So let's see who's getting in here last. Remember, 2-letter names suck. Don't use them. They got Killer, Queeks, Ted B, Trading Spaces, Straits. Pickle Rick is back.
Thank God.
Bobby Baby. All right. We're going to get this started just about now. So, Abby, are you prepared?
I'm ready.
All right. 3 out of 4 is the guess record to beat. No one's gone perfect yet, but it could happen.
Who did that?
Bonnie did, I think, on Monday. Yes.
Well, I'm on. All right.
All right. Let's do it. And maybe I'll check to see if I can raise the odds. So play, and maybe I'll give out more resets today. I'll have to go check that with the powers that be. Okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's start.
Let's do it.
The intro, where we sit around and wait for it. The date. 3, 2, 1, go. What time period does Hoag use for his opening range? Is it 1 minute, 30 minutes, 1 hour, or 2 hours? Abby, I apologize in advance, but I have faith.
Well, I remember watching the other day, and he was showing people how to use the 1 minute. He's like, "This is the first 1 minute of trading." So, and I remember that. So that's what I'm gonna go for.
Well, you are dead right. It is the first minute of trading that he uses for that. And I used Hoag there to make sure that there was no debate in there. 1 minute for his opening range trade. All right. This is the bragging board. KS. Come on, KS. Do something better than that. The Dow sucks. Now that is a person I can get behind.
Does the Dow suck, Jack?
The Dow does suck. Like, I don't know why it still exists. I have my reasons. Okay. You ready for question 2?
Let's do it.
Got to try not to burp. I'm drinking a cherry Coke Zero right now, and it's not sitting particularly well. So
thanks for letting us know, though.
I'd rather do it than just, I don't know. All right. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. What was the most visited museum in the world in 2022? Was it the Natural History Museum in London, the Vatican Museums in Vatican City, the Louvre in Paris, or the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C.?
I mean, even before you had these up, I was thinking the Louvre, but that's because I don't know very many museums. But I'm going to go with my initial
2 for
instinct.
2. 2
Let's
for
go.
2. Someone asked, show me where the Dow hurt you. I like that. That's good. All right. It is indeed the Louvre. I think by a pretty big margin there. It's a pretty crowded place. They got the Mona Lisa. Rectum. Rectum with a 3 is back. Love it.
Back.
Good to see you. Okay. Question number 3. You're 2 for 2. No pressure.
All right.
I'll tell you there's 1 trading question left and 1 not trading question left. So take that for what it's worth.
My odds are not great.
Okay. Let's do it. The spread between cash and futures prices is known as the contango, the delta, the slippage, or the basis?
The only word out of all of those that I recognize from any trading thing is slippage, so that's what I'm going to go with.
All right. Final answer, slippage. Oh, unfortunately, though, it is the basis.
Not the basis.
Yes, the basis. We discussed this earlier today in terms of the treasury bond basis, which is what I used to trade when I was a slightly younger man.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
New stuff about you every day, Jack.
Yeah. 2 for 3, still good. Let's see if you can qualify for one of these resets, because I know that you're in several trading combines right
I
now.
am fishing for resets. That's the only reason I do this.
Okay. All right. Let's see the leaderboard first. Remember, you're chosen randomly. Black Swan. Black Swan's up here a lot. Must
Good shit, Black Swan.
Must be a trivia maven. Okay. Last question. Let's do it. Ankara is the capital of what country? Is it Madagascar, Tunisia, Turkey, or Armenia? And my apologies if I mispronounced.
I don't know. I'm gonna go Tunisia because I haven't guessed one in that position yet.
Oh yes, unfortunately, it's Turkey.
I saw that in the chat too. I should have gone with what these.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what the game is for the people that write the answers in the chat. Theoretically, Triple Z knows this. Theoretically, you're kind of hurting your own odds, or maybe there's mind games.
I think they just want to prove to everybody that they do, in fact, know the answer.
That's good to know. So, who's our bragging leaders for today? I bet you Black Swan do this one. Caprice 101. And the most points today is Black Swan. Congratulations. Chris Toma, good on the 4 of 4 there. So, maybe we can get away more resets today. I'll let you know about that when I announce the winners towards the end of group coaching. So, Abby, wonderful guest. Always
Thank
glad
you so
to
much.
We should get lunch sometime. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has been. But have a great rest of the day. And we're going to go to a break right here and then hit up group coaching with Vince and Eddie, I believe. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Incredible. Bye-bye.
And welcome back for group coaching. Pull up a chair, and we've got our good friend and all-star coach, Coach Vince. Vince, how are you today?
Doing good, Eddie. How are you?
I am good, and thanks for the. We were talking about gold earlier today, and you know, you made a real good call. You see this when I got out, you were saying this thing's still going to go higher. You made a very good call. Too bad I fat fingered something I didn't realize I did. Yeah, but I'm not going to worry about it because I had a good trade today, and that's where I'm gonna put it under that good trading. But yes, Coach Vince, welcome to group coaching. And what's our topic for today?
Topic today, we're going to cover the initial balance. I see a lot of questions in the chat about it. In my live coaching room, we've been doing a lot about the initial balance and how it establishes throughout the day and how you can potentially get an idea of where the market might be maybe trending or if it's going to be range bound. So kind of the initial balance helps you with a hypothesis there on what might be going on in the market.
All right. Well, I'm going to light the wick. You fire it up and let's get going.
Sounds good. I apologize. I might look like the Phantom of the Opera here because I got the sun shining on this side of my face.
Well, he was a very talented organ player, so at least you got that going for you.
All right. So here we go, guys. All right. So we got the initial balance. And I'm going to try to see if I can get the chat. So I can see that here. All right. Here we go. All right, so we got the CFTC risk disclosure. It just says that we are not advising you to do anything. This is for educational purposes. Futures trading contains substantial risk. It's not suitable for every investor, and you could potentially lose more than your initial investment. You should only use risk capital. And remember, past performance is not indicative of future results. Futures trading involves risk. All right. So a little bit about me, if you guys haven't seen me on here before, or if you haven't been in my coaching room, Vincent Capria, 20 years futures trading experience, Series 3 and 30 license. I was a full service retail broker, branch manager for a firm for about 8 years. I was a IB for a few years and then registered as a commodity trading advisor. And pretty much that's where I've been since. I am one of Hoag's disciples. So I came over to Topstep, probably about 3 years ago. Came over to Topstep because I was intrigued by the market profile. My uncle was a gold broker, okay, on a COMEX in the 80s, and he transitioned to NYMEX. And I remember talking about market profile and drawing it on like draft paper or graph paper, whatever you call it. And I never knew what he was talking about. I was young. But then I came across Topstep. I was looking for a challenge. And was just intrigued by it, and I learned from our senior performance coach John Hoagland, and he's been a great friend and mentor ever since.
He has for many people. Love Johnny.
Absolutely.
So yeah, what is initial balance? Tell us.
So the initial balance. A lot of people ask me. So Vince, what's the initial balance? It's the first 60 minutes of the trading day. For me, I use 60 minutes. Some people might use 30. Personally, my preference is 60 minutes of trade. And this is something that came back from the pit days. They would let the initial balance establish, and then they would work the extremes of the initial balance, right? So till this day, I still use it. There's other coaches maybe out there, or other traders that may not agree with the initial balance anymore, being we're totally electronic. But I'm still old school, trading 20 years. I've been using that since day one, and it's just part of my overall process daily, okay? So in the equities, the initial balance runs from 9:30 a.m. Eastern time to 10:30, okay? And that's Eastern time. Gold, I still use old pit hours, which was 8:20 open to 9:20. The TPO charts and Tradeovate only goes to 8:30, so that's a little bit of a challenge. But I do plot it on a 5-minute chart, and I'll show you guys later how I do that, okay, to keep that 8:20 to 9:20. I was actually in the chat room with a trader the other day, and he was telling me how his initial balance was running from 8:30 to 9:30, and his entries were different than mine, and that was because of the time difference, that 10-minute time difference. Crude oil, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., okay? So this is this morning. I believe it. Yeah, I think took this one this morning. So this is the so can you see my mouse, Eddie?
Move it for me.
Can you see? I don't see it on the screen. Can you?
Okay, there it's moving.
Oh,
now.
there it is. Now it's moving. Okay. Yeah, it's really delayed. All right. We have a little bit of a lag. Anyways, so this here I plot every minute. Okay.
All right, did he just freeze? I think he just froze. It is getting cold here. And he just froze. All right. Well, we're going to try to thaw him out.
How's it going, Eddie?
Hey, Jack. How are you, man? What's going on?
Good. I think we're going to do 20. I'm going to go talk to them, but I think we're going to do 20 winners today, resets from the quiz.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing that now. So, yeah, we got some connection issues at the moment. We'll see if Vince pops back in.
Okay. All right. So, I did see that some of the questions, and you have been like relating them to what we're doing earlier in the broadcast, which I think is pretty cool. Did I just lose you, Jack?
No, Jack is here.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, we can take any questions that are in the chat while we're waiting for Vince to come back.
Sure. Anybody got a question? What happens at 50K subs? Well, we're going to have a parade, ticker tape parade. I think we got something special for all our traders when we hit the 50K. Right now we're 42.4. And Roy Jenkins and barbecue sardines. Yes, barbecue sardines.
And remember, those are real subscribers that we want, not the
Yes.
the bot.
Well, we can catch that though, but
I can come on the screen too, James. How are the quiz winners drawn? Glad you asked. What I do is I go to random.org and have it spit out X number. Hey, what's up? X number of random numbers that corresponds to how many people got 3 or 4 right in the quiz. And then I go to the spreadsheet and I just copy paste those people that are in that position.
And so how many do you usually do?
We're doing 10, but people are right. I think we should probably do more going forward because we have a lot more people taking the quiz now.
A lot more people. Yeah, we agree. See, we're easy.
Yeah, pretty much. Pastrami sandwich for 50K. We can probably arrange that. The problem is now, Eddie, we can have Hoag's charts up, but we don't really have control of how to use them.
No. I think he might be done for the day, though.
It's possible. Do you have him in Slack or Discord or something?
Let's see here. Let me get him. You want me to have him take him down?
Okay. Look, MP's in a trade.
Who else do we got? All right.
I'm going to see if I can get someone else in here to join us real quick. Let's see.
So you want Johnny to take his charts down?
I mean, unless he wants to pop in real quick. I don't know what Hoag's up to.
Okay. I'm slacking him right now.
Yeah. Guys, we're working the Slack here, seeing who else we can get on.
All right.
This is riveting television, I'm sure.
It is. Well, so look, you know what? I got a question. How many people have been here since 8:00 this morning? How many people have been listening since 8:00 this morning? Can we put that poll in here? I'd like to really get an idea. That number is. There we go. A lot of people that have. There you go. There is the poll. If you can put a yes or a no. I think I have been. Yes, I got to put a yes.
I think we have Vince back, actually.
You got him? There he is.
I think so.
There's the Phantom of the Opera. You disappeared on us.
All right. Well, if we can pump Vince back in here, then I'm going to go back to the lab and pick those winners.
Okay, you want to do the winners and then we get Vince in and do that?
I got to go pick the winners right now.
Okay, yes, we can hear you, Vince.
All right.
Tommy, can you hear me? All right, well, let's see if we can get Vince back here again and talk about initial, maybe that's the word that, maybe initial balance. Yes, initial balance. My grandma wished she had some initial balance, man. She used to fall all the time. Poor lady.
All right. We're back. We're live.
There you are. Okay. Initial balance.
All right. Sorry, guys. I'm sure you guys are throwing tomatoes at me right now. But
Well, you're Italian. You can make sauce, right?
Gravy. It's gravy.
Yeah, it's gravy. But between you and me.
All right. So here we go. Sorry, guys. Apologies. All right. So let's start with this morning. So this was gold.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this line here, if you can see it, this doesn't mean anything. I just separate the overnight session from the day session. All right. So that's how I start to separate my day, because I'm a day trader. I'm really not concerned what's going on to the left, except for like when I'm looking at profile. But for right now, this is how I separate the day. This here is actually a 5-minute open range. So I watch two open ranges, the 1 minute and the 5 minute. Okay. So you'll see here, the 5-minute open range was the low of the session. Okay. We took out the open range high and pretty much we're off to the races. Okay. This would have been one of your best trade locations of the day today if you took this opportunity. All right. And then we were looking at certain things on the profiles that I'll show you guys later, which was a point of control. There was a gap. So there's several visual targets we were looking at. So this was the open range. This was a breakout. This is the initial balance. So this isn't like an indicator. I just draw it in manually every day just so I...
I think Vince is located around Area 51. Gotta be. Anyway, little entertainment from Willy Wonka. Willie, you got it?
Trade with me, and you'll see a world of pure education. Take a look, and you'll see Topstep loves me.
Thank you, Willy Wonka. All right, well, that took care of a couple seconds.
I know this feels like I know this is a dated reference, but it feels like when Ashley Simpson was on SNL. And
Oh my goodness,
went
that
wrong.
poor girl. It's gotta suck. It's happened to a lot. Well, obviously Milli Vanilli. Yes, it's happened to a lot of bands. I heard that Tommy Lee in concert, all of a sudden the drums started and he wasn't even behind the kit.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. I mean, mentally and physically. So,
all right, Vince, I think we got you back on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, guys.
are you in a mobile home? No, I'm just kidding.
Nope.
You're going under a bridge? No. Under a bridge? No. All right, let's try this. All right, so you draw that line manually, the initial balance. Okay.
All right, screen's up.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I plot the initial balance on the chart in the morning, so I know where it's at. You know, to check to see if we're going to remain inside of range or if we might get range extension. So you see here today in gold, you know, we took out the initial balance high and we've been off to the races pretty much ever since, right? So this is what we call range extension, and you could capitalize on this range extension, but you have to be very careful with your entries when you're taking any type of breakout trade. So if you guys have been around, Hoag always talks about a time stop. Me personally, I am not good with the time stop. I kind of get that little bit of hopium. So when I do try to take these types of trades, I make sure I'm entering with a bracket order. Okay, I don't have the discipline enough to just hit the trigger. You know, I kind of get like stuck, right? And then you don't want to get stuck when you're taking this, because if it fails and fails hard, you know, they're going to rotate this down to the through the range, and you're going to just get smoked. Right, and I don't want that to happen to anybody. So make sure if you do attempt something like this, you try to do it cheaply with a pretty tight stop. You could always try it multiple times if it doesn't work on the first attempt. All right, but this is just a straight trend day. Started from the bell, and it's just been going up ever since. So this is the trending day type. Okay. If we look at the S&P, so I'm not sure if this would this was 11:15, maybe 11:14. So you'll see here. So I separate the day. I have the 5-minute open range is in the middle of the initial balance. Okay, so this is interesting, guys. So we open here, 5-minute open range. We peaked above it. If you got long, you got burnt. If you took the short, you got burnt. Okay, because it went up, came through the initial open range, took out the below the open range, came back into the center, and it just wiped out top to bottom. Okay, then if you took this long here at the initial balance breakout, you also got burnt, right? Because you see it went through maybe by a few ticks, and then we rotated through the range back to the low of the initial balance. So if you took this long up here and you didn't have a stop, you got crushed, right? So you got to be very, very careful when you take these kind of trades. All right. So
now, Vince, do you draw that? Joel wants to know: do you draw that line at the first bell or after the first hour?
It's after the first hour. Okay, so this first candle is the first 5 minutes of the session. This line here, I just separate the day, so I know this is the open. Okay, all this behind me, this is the overnight. So this is the 9:30 New York Open right here. This candle.
Okay.
All right, and these are 5-minute candles. So this is the full hour of trade right here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So we took out the initial balance high. We failed, right? Range extension failure. Rotated back through the range. Came back. We just range bound. Finally, we came down. We test the low of the initial balance. People probably took a short. Those people also got smoked, right? So both sides of this day, the initial balance were the extremes. All right. So range bound traders, they're going to take advantage of you guys up here. So if you're a breakout guy and I see this failure and you're long and I'm taking a short, all right, I'm going to ride this sucker down through the range, right? And the same thing here. If you take this short and I see it fails, I can get long and then take advantage back into the range. And that's what this kind of day type is. So this is a range bound day type.
Coach Vince, Gold Duckling is asking, why is the initial balance muy importante?
Well, I mean, it's something that they've been using for a long time, right? Now, I'm sure you guys when you were in the pit, you guys looked at the initial balance, right? To try to establish some sort of range for the day. You need something to trade off of. So the initial balance is just something that's been used for a long time.
There you go. Sarad is asking, does it work on any instrument or is best on certain ones?
Well, it's not that it works. What is you just draw in the first hour trade, right? So on a gold chart, I'm going to draw my initial balance from 8:20 to 9:20 Eastern time. So I just put, after the first hour, I just draw a line down from the top to the bottom. And then that measures my range for the day. So it's not that it's an indicator or anything like that. I'm just plotting the first hour so I can see where the market has been trading for the first 60 minutes of the session.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So this was a range bound type day, right? We took it up, we took the low, and we traded in the center. All right. So this is another day, and this is a little bit different. So this would be the gold chart. All right. We start here at 8:20. Open range. 5-minute open ranges here. We trade both sides. Okay. Then this is the initial balance again, the yellow line. We take it out. We fail. And then we trade through the range. And then we break out to the upside for the rest of the day. So this is like a key reversal type of a day, right? So we took out the low. Like the previous slide, we took out the high and the low, and we ranged. This day, we took out the low. Everybody got short. Then the long just took over and then just brought the market up for the rest of the trading day. Okay. So this is another reason why if you're taking these extensions, you have to put a stop because this is pain, guys. Right? I've done it. When I first started trading, I had one time I was trading gold. And I bought an initial balance breakout, and it reversed fast. And I'm talking like 90 ticks fast, like fast. And that was a quick $900. It just blown. And if I didn't get out of it, it probably ended up being like a $2,000 loss.
Oh my
So
God.
this here is the same situation, right? We're short here at say 37.50, 1937.50. It traded all the way up to 1953. So just think of that move there. That's like a $2,500 loss if you got short and didn't get out. So always wear a stop, always. This is a blow my combine day.
Exactly. Right.
That's it. Exactly. So that's all I have really for slides. I'd like to jump into some live stuff. Maybe we'll look at today and maybe some other charts, and then we can go over a list more in detail. And then we can throw up the TPO charts too to get an idea of like what's going on with some of this range extension. Eddie, is there questions? I'm going to pull up another, I'm going to pull up the live chart.
Okay, go ahead. You can do that.
All right. They have any questions coming through while I'm doing it?
Yeah, let's see here. Just trying to do something here. All right. Question coming in. Do you use a fixed range volume profile for initial balance? This is coming from Magda.
Yeah, so I just use day session only.
Okay.
So fixed range is probably the same thing.
Paul is asking, are there any clues in the overnight to know that it'll be a range-bound day? For an example, an expansion on the previous day.
Come again, Eddie?
Paul wants to know, are there any clues in the overnight to know that it will be a range-bound day? For example, an expansion on the previous day.
Yeah, what I'll do is when I pull up my other charts, then we can look at the previous day so I can give you an answer on that, okay? I give you more visual. It's hard to look off of these 5-minute charts on something like that. But the answer is there could be some sort of hypothesis. Nothing is guaranteed, right? Anything can happen. ACH.
Okay. Official is asking, is it wise to set targets that are within a certain proportion tick of range in ticks in the event of a bounce within a range or a range extension?
That's a very loaded question there.
It was. I'm surprised it came out of my mouth. Is it wise to set targets that are within a certain proportion tick of the range in ticks in the event of a bounce within the range or a range extension?
Okay, I'm going to try to answer this the best I can if I understand it. Okay, all right.
If not, just rephrase it.
Yeah, so when you have range extension, a lot of times I would say you could possibly double the range. So if you're looking for targets, okay, and you're not using some other form of market analysis like a TPO chart or something like that, you may want to look to either extend the range by 50%, 100%, 150%. So you may want to look at the percentage of the range extension. All right, and we'll look at crude oil. I'm going to pull this chart up right now, and I'm going to show you. All right, and we can get a pretty good idea on crude today. This was quite the trade. If you guys got short off the open.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it ran.
Quite the trade. I wish I was looking at crude this morning. Shame on me. I was doing a lot of other things.
Well, you know, when I was looking at gold, I had my 15-minute candlestick up there, and the 50, 100, and 200 SMA all tagged. And I think that's when that market, I mean, if you look back at it, that's when that market took off. That's when gold took off north.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it going, man, something's going to happen here. Something's going to happen.
Yeah, I was hoping you saw my my chat before you saw it. You saw it a little bit late on that.
A little bit. Well, you know, my priority here is to make sure the show is going straight.
Yep, absolutely.
Keep that show going.
All right, you guys can see the screen?
I can see it. Oh, pretty.
All right. All right, so here we go. Here's crude. So very simple, quick analysis, right? Here's the separation from the overnight to today. Gold, open range, 5 minutes. We took out the low of the open range. There was really no heat here, right? So if you took this is kind of big, but you could limit your risk like half back, you know, if you don't want to take all that heat. But if you took this short here in the open range, we trended lower all day, right? So we have here 75.67 to the low of the initial balance, 73.76. All right. So if you didn't catch this trade, and you wanted to try to get into this, okay, if you took this short on an initial bounce breakout, you see how we came back into the range a little bit, but then we kind of failed, right? So if you took this first one, you probably got stopped out, all right? But it did give another opportunity, right? It gave one here and here. So if you took this short, okay, and you're not sure of where your profit target is, you could take this initial balance and just bring it down like this, right? And you could give yourself an idea of where you may have potential range extension. So we're just a little past halfway, right? So if you, I mean, that's a huge move. I'd be happy with halfway. So 73.74 down to 72.16. You know, that's a 160 tick move, and $10 a tick. So this is a very nice move. I'd be very happy with that. And you took pretty much no heat on it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So that's a way, if you don't know where to get a target, is you can just use this and use a percentage of what the initial balance was for the day.
I like that.
Okay. All right.
Vince,
so let's look
real quick. I got some more questions for you, boy.
Yeah, go on.
The Craftsman. I know a Craftsman from a YouTube channel. When it comes to the breakout of the initial balance, what is Vince searching for to confirm or reject the breakout? What type of confluence is paired with the initial balance breakout?
Sure. So when you get under here, right, when you first take this out, which that would have been here. So if you took this short, okay, you got short, let's say 73.70. We got down to 73.44. You know, it's not terrible. But when we rotate back in here, this scares me.
Right.
Okay? You want to stay underneath this range. You don't want to get back in here. This is scary. You get back in here, you might be up the creek, right? Because if you start getting some serious buyers coming in, they're just gonna slaughter you. So once we get back in here, I'm out, right? And then it might go, and they're like, damn, why did I get out of the trade? But it'll save you a lot of pain if you can get out, all right? And then you can always get back in, right? So it came out, rotated up. So if you got short here at 73, you know, you had a little money in the trade, right? Came down, came back up, got here. It got back up to 74.15. So that's what, that's $400 of heat you're taking right there. I wouldn't want to take that kind of risk on this type of a trade. You want these to go hard and go fast in your direction.
Right? What is that? What's the time frame on this?
This is a 5 minute. I mean, you can do whatever you want. 10 minute, 3 minute, 2 minute, whatever you want. I kind of, the 5 minute separates a little bit of the noise from the 1, 2, 3 minute charts.
Okay.
And I kind of find that the EMAs are respected a little better on the 5 minute. So
now Vince, Jay Meister is asking, can you explain why one would want to buy at the top, sell at the bottom at the breakouts, instead of wanting to short it at the top and buy at the bottom for the proper liquidity grab of the go theory?
And that's a good question. And being I'm a profile trader. I do like to fade the ranges, but there are a lot of days where if you try to fade it and then it does not work and rotate back into range, you have to go with the trend, right? So you have to be able to convert from range to trend and trend to range, because the markets are always going to be changing. So you have to have a strategy for all the opportunities that you face. So in this particular situation, right, we took this breakout, okay? People got short. Your range bound traders are saying, okay, we're gonna start buying and try to bring it into range. It did not work. They got paid a little bit, but then when we came back to the initial balance, we broke below it again. And you'll see right here, at this point, there was no heat, right? This attempt down, there was no heat. So if you got short, it didn't even come back in here to scare you out. It just kept continuing lower. And that's the type of trade you could take and just sit in it until it comes back and gets back into the range. Right? So I can feel comfortable riding this trade as long as we don't get back above this initial balance breakout area.
I've got, I tell you, our traders today have a ton of questions. Mugda wants to know, can you please show us how to use a fixed range profile to plot the initial balance?
Well, this I plot manually, right? So
Okay.
I just go like this in the morning. All right. I don't know if there's like a special feature on the platforms. Me, I'm a hands-on guy, right? I like to draw. I like to,
Sure.
I like to get busy with it. It keeps me out of trouble a lot too, honestly.
You get
when
into
you're
trouble.
busy doing things, you don't make as many impulse moves. So, all right. So I just take the vertical line and I'll just say, okay, here is the 9:55 that closes at 10, and I'll just draw it like this. Done.
Presto.
All right. That's it. Done.
Okay.
And it's in.
Yeah.
So there's nothing special about it. You know, some people do a 30-minute open range. I just prefer the 60-minute.
I like that.
All right. So we'll look at gold today. All right. So this was interesting. So gold had a really nice trade too. Crude was the one, but gold was also very nice. So here we go. So here's the 5-minute open range in gold. Okay. Here's the overnight day session initial balance. Okay. First 5 minutes is here. We break out to the upside and it's been off to the races. All right. So we come up, we put in the initial balance right here at 9:15 here. So there it is. All right. So you can see it. This was the high. All right. We came up, we took it out, and pretty much it didn't look back, right? It looked back a little bit. So 78, I don't remember if it came down and then broke or went up, came down. But even if you took the heat at 77.90, you took 13 ticks of heat. So that's not too bad. So if you had like a 20 tick risk or something like that, you know, you got paid out way more than 2 to 1 on this trade. So we got a 78, got all the way up to 91. So that's a 130 tick move in gold today.
Yeah. I got some more questions. You up for more?
Yep. Sure.
Okay. On range, this Max is asking this one. On range-bound days, do you only take positions at the range extremes?
Do I only take positions at the range extremes? So to answer your question, if it's not like an imbalance in the market on the open, you know, there's good reason to take early trades if we have overnight inventory, either long or short, coming into the day, right? Because sometimes that overnight inventory will want to adjust back to settlement. So settlement is a good play. So when you have a gap, these open range trades tend to work a little better. However, they are very streaky, right? I mean, I've taken open range trades and gotten burnt for weeks where they didn't work. Okay, so it's not that you're going to take an open range trade every day and you're going to make money. So it's something I would recommend you back test, go back, try it on the 1, 3, 5 minute, and go back like all year and just plot it on your chart and see how it did over time, you know, to get a good feeling for the morning trade, right? Because you could get tore up in the first, you know, in the open. You know, happened to me earlier in the week. I mean, I got chopped up in gold one day. I took both sides of the 1 minute open range. I think it was Monday. And I was chopped up in the first 6 minutes of the day, right? And then I had to fight my way back later on. Thank God I caught a nice short. But, you know, they're streaky, okay? They're not going to always work. But yes, to answer the question with the ranges, I will play the ranges. Yes, absolutely.
Sandro wants to know, are you more of a limit order or a buy or sell the close trader?
The limit order or buy or sell the close? Well, I do.
What kind of trader?
I'm not really. I don't use market orders normally.
Okay.
You know, normally I don't use market orders. It's pretty rare unless, you know, we're like, it's a very fast moving market and we get like a pullback and I want to get short or something, I might mark it in. But normally I place limit order. I work my orders usually.
Okay. Kevy's asking, how far does the breakout of the initial balance need to close outside to confirm range extension?
Well, as soon as you start getting bars closing above it, it's kind of giving you some sort of confirmation, right? The confirmation would be we don't come back inside of the range. As soon as we start to play with this area, like sometimes it'll break, it'll test, it'll go, you know, because these guys will get long real quick and then they'll they'll get a wash, right? They'll wash out all the longs and then take it. So, you know, you want to stay above this area. That would be my way to say that's your confirmation, is staying above here. Okay.
Okay.
And then about the extension. So just take this like this, right? Now look, we doubled the initial balance today, right? So if you don't know where to get out, you could use that kind of as a guide, where to get out. See that?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see here. Another question from Kevy. How far does the breakout of the initial balance need to close outside to confirm range extension?
There is no set rule for it for me. It's just as long as we're closing and staying above that range, it's confirmation for me until it gets back into the range.
Okay. Ben's asking, Vince, I'm finding it a little easier to trade crude around 11 a.m. Now, is it Central Time, Eastern? We don't know which one, but
11 a.m.
In the afternoon, 11 a.m. Things tend to be a little bit slower and easier to find entry. Is this common?
Well, I mean, the first 30 minutes to the hour are going to be probably your most volatile time because everybody's trying to get their positions in for the day.
Right.
So maybe the afternoon, the late morning might be a little bit more directional because everything has pretty much everybody has their orders in for the day, right? And now they're just looking for direction. So I think probably after and that's why we try to wait the first hour, right? To let everybody pick everybody's pockets and then try to find direction. Are we range bound for the day or are we going to be trending? Okay.
I mean, one of the things too, Vince, is I'm not too hip on jumping in the market right away either. I mean, there is a lot of noise. The market has, no intentions, no direction yet. It's still waiting to get the script, if you want to put it. And I like to let the dust settle. Let the dust settle. And then when you start seeing that market have some true moves, I know that I think today when EIA came out, was it today? No, that was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah.
Yesterday. We saw a head fake to the downside. It traded down, and I even mentioned something like, "Well, see, here we go." You're seeing noise. That's what I say with the dust. You're not getting a true move. It's a sort of I would call it a panic move, where people aren't sure which way the market's moving, and they're just throwing things against the wall, hoping they stick.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
yeah. And the thing is, the reason that we come on the opening bell because we're doing the show here at Topstep TV. If we waited an hour, we wouldn't have anybody watching. They'd be like, "What are those guys doing, man? They haven't traded since the opening bell."
Yeah, come out the gate fast, Eddie.
We got to do that exactly.
Get some horses going.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I want to show everybody this here because I thought this was very interesting today. We were in my live chat room. Okay, we were doing a live session and we were looking at all the markets and analyzing what was going on. So I'm going to show you the 5-minute real quick on the NASDAQ. Okay, and I'm going to show you this TPO chart, and then this can help answer one of those questions before about do you trade the ranges. All right.
Right.
So let's pull up the NASDAQ. All right, and then we'll plot this one out, okay, because it's not on there yet all the way. So we have yesterday, today, the 5-minute open range. Okay, we'll just put this here for a visual. All right, there's no rhyme or reason, guys. I put this, it's just visual for me. I'm a visual type of a trader. I like to see different things on the chart so I don't have to go back looking at prices. It just makes it a little bit quicker for my own personal analysis. All right, so we'll go like this, and all right, so now we're plotted out. All right, so here we go. 5-minute open range. Okay, we took it out. This actually could have been a nice move. It looks like it would have paid 2 to 1. We put in this initial balance. Okay, we did not take out the high of the initial balance. We rotated back inside of the range. We took it out at the low. These guys got a little bit smoked. Right, they took short. They got chopped up here. They came down, they tried it again, they got chopped up again, they came down, and then finally we got a little bit, and then they got chopped up again. So these were all failed range extensions. Okay, so this is how different than crude was, right? Crude was straight down, gold was pretty much straight up almost. This is chop, right? The chop suey, like Coach Ray would call it. So whoever's trying to get in on this extension, the guy got burnt today. But we were in the room and we're talking about analyzing this and like, well, we failed here, but we did extend the range. Okay, we did extend. So a lot of times this is still intact. All right, so I'm using this initial balance as my resistance area. All right, so we trade back up into the range. So in the chat, we're talking about NASDAQ. And I said to everybody, I was like, anybody want to take this short, 5,900? All right, I don't think anybody answered me because this was rallying, right? Everybody's scared. They're like, no way. I don't know what they're thinking, but I would think a majority of traders like, oh man, we're going to go to the moon. We rallied off the low. I was like, well, I'm going to short up here at 5,900 and risk 10 points. Okay, we're going to risk the high of the initial balance. And then profit was right here, point of control. And here's low of value. Look what it did. It went up, it stopped. You have excess at the high. Okay, this is excess. This was all excess at the time. So when you get up here into excess, yeah, this could have broken out and stopped it out. But this is a cheap opportunity, guys. You could take this, step in front of it. It takes some brass ones sometimes. But, my man Hoag, just studying with him over the years, you kind of start to get comfortable being uncomfortable, right? So we want to trade where people don't want to trade. So when we got up here, I was saying to guys, we got to think about a short of 5,900, risk the high. It's only 10 handles. And then profit target is way down here, at 850. So you're risking 10 and you're getting 50 or 60, I'm sorry, a 6-to-1 trade. And if you're getting it all the way down to here at 32 or 30, you're talking an 80 handle move risking 10 ticks. That's 8-to-1. I'll take those every day.
Right.
Every day. Even if I was wrong here, this is a beautiful just trade using the initial balance as your risk limiter. Okay. And the reason I felt comfortable with the position up here is because we actually took out the low of the initial balance first. This was not breached. Okay. And even if this was breached, okay, then you have extension on both sides, which then might turn into a range bound date as well. So if this did extend, on the next bar, if it closed below and left some excess, then you can try to short it back down. But this is an example of how this 5-minute chart kind of coincides with the TPO chart, right? So we came down, we extend, we fail, we trade back to range, test the high, we fail, and then we trade down. And just a range trade.
Nick just contacted me. I haven't scrolled down that far, but there's a lot of questions about how you set these charts up.
Mm-hmm. What kind of questions do you have?
Well, how do you set these charts? I think a lot of people are liking what they're seeing.
TPO chart?
Yeah, the TPO charts. A lot of questions about how to set up the TPO charts like that.
Yep. So the TPO chart, it's the same thing as the open is going to be 9:30. Well, this is Eastern time, right? I'm on the East Coast. So the New York Open, 9:30 to 4 o'clock. If it's gold, it's 8:20 to 1:20. But if you can't do 8:20 to 1:20, then you do 8:30 to 1:30.
Okay.
All right. And then crude oil, you would set the time from 9 a.m. to 2:30 Eastern time.
Okay, I hope that answered. Thanks, Nick. I didn't catch that because like I said, there's a ton of questions, and I'm still trying to catch these ones up here. And
I'm good to go. If you want to keep going with them, that's fine.
Are you going to be? You're going to be in your Discord channel?
Yeah,
after this?
I'm usually in there from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Is usually my hours in there, and then sometimes I'll jump on the at the buzzer with the other coaches.
Okay. I mean, if we don't get to your question, I apologize. Make sure you go over to Discord and hit his office. Just tell his secretary that you've got a question for him, and he'll and a wink. He's like smiling. Right. He'll be in there till 4. But let's get going. Let's see if we can knock some of these out here.
Yeah. Sure, go ahead.
Okay. We are here.
Eddie, I just want to touch on with the viewers. If your platform does not have TPO charts, okay, it's very, very similar to a 30-minute candle chart. All right. So this here is volume profile. All right, with the red and blue. So this is 70% of the volume value. A little different from TPO value, but the bars are pretty much the same prices, right? Because it's a 30-minute auction. So let me pull up the TPO chart real quick on the S&Ps.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. So you could keep it on its axis to the left side, or you could split it, okay? So when you split this, okay, this is the first 30 minutes, the second, the third, the fourth, fifth, and so on. All right, you see how that looks? Now I'm going to pull up a 30-minute candle chart. Okay, it just packages the data different, right? So it's the same thing. See how it looks? This would be the open, this candle. So it'd be from here to here. All right, I'm going to show it to you again. I'm going to go back and show it to you again. See it?
Let me see the P&L on that. What's the P&L?
All right. And let's go.
We got Mike's screen real quick. Let's take a couple minutes here. We got Mike's screen right here. What's his Jack? What do we got on this P&L?
Yeah, 1 second here. Let me pull this up. It looks like Michael is up. He's flat, up 43.10.
Nice.
So he's made some trades here. Michael, if you want to let us know what you did.
Keeping busy, jump in here. Yeah. Don't worry, folks. We're going to get back to this initial balance.
Did the screen go out, Eddie? Or
No. We're good. We're good.
Yeah. So here it is. It's very, very similar, right? So if you don't have TPO charts, you can simply just use a. Hold on. Let me just take a couple of these things off because it makes it a little bit cleaner. All right. So I use a 30-minute candle chart. I put VWAP, okay? VWAP can be similar to point of control. Sometimes they're pretty much around the same level. And then I throw a volume profile on it, right? I'll start it from 9:30 to 3:30 here. Okay. So this is 70% of today's value by volume and price. Okay, the TPO is going to be based on time. So it's a little bit different. Sometimes one might be a little higher than the other, but they're pretty similar throughout the day. But you can see here, let's look at the NASDAQ, right? Because that was the short there. Let's go NASDAQ. All right, here it is. All right. So this was the open, 9:30, 10 o'clock. We put in the initial balance high here. Okay, here's the initial balance low here. Okay, we poked through it. We couldn't continue the extension. We rotate back up. Right here, you can take the short, okay, and limit your risk right here. So if you got short here at 5,900, if you got blown out, you only lost 10 handles, right? So for me, that's a manageable risk. 10 handles, 15 handles, that's not bad. So it's worth this trade with a potential target of, say, VWAP or value low. And what did it do? It traded here. Okay, we found the sellers that brought this selling wick down initially. Okay, this is sellers, guys. All right, this wick. The buyers brought it up and sellers took control. So this is excess. Okay, we got back in there. We found the sellers again. They rotated it. We got to the VWAP right in the center, and we got right to value low. So it's just visual. We don't know what's going to happen. Anything can happen. The only thing that we can do as traders is limit our risk, right? We can only, that's the only guarantee we have, is how much we are risking per trade. Okay. So hopefully that helps.
Great. Appreciate that, Vince. Ben's got a question. Ben says, I'm finding it a little easier to trade crude around 11 a.m. into the afternoon. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. I asked that one already, didn't I? He posted it twice.
Okay,
Is
I
it
got quick
common?
here.
Here's Gmar. Guys, how do you share profit with... Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Here we go. Joel Marquez. In the initial balance, do you think Fibonacci would be a good tool to use?
I mean, I don't really use fib levels. I mean, if you are trying to get into maybe a trending type day, I would say Fibonacci's might work better because it's kind of like measured, like a measured swing based on the percentage of the pullback. On a range bound day, I don't think Fibonacci's are going to help you, you know, especially like on this, this NASDAQ trade, right? So if you look at the profile, okay, if you're looking at Fibonacci's, this pullback from the high is probably like 98%. You know what I mean? So fib levels, you're probably looking like the 382 or the 618 or whatever those are. I've looked at them. You know, I've been trading for 20 years. I've looked at pretty much everything. And this, I don't think Fibonacci would have helped you at all, honestly, because if you're getting back into almost 100% of the retracement,
right,
at that point, you're probably not thinking about, you know, looking for a directional move at that point, you know, back in the direction.
Now, Coach Vince, we're over the time limit here. We're past 1 o'clock. Like I mentioned earlier, if you've got questions for Coach Vince, if that's okay, I mean, Coach.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all welcome to come. You know,
right.
Like I said, I'm usually there like 8 a.m. because I like to catch the gold. So in the mornings, what I usually do, guys, if you want to come join, I usually will post volume and open interest from the previous day. Then I'll do a little bit of analysis in the morning, looking at gold, starting with gold because we open at 820. You know, so I'll put, you know, the open interest, value high, value low from previous days, and I'll post a lot of screenshots. So I take clips of my screen and I'll post it there. And then we do breakout sessions. I try to do one around 10:30 Eastern time, right after the initial balance establishes. We've been doing it for about a week now. It seems to be going very well. The traders are coming in there, asking a lot of good questions, getting a lot of value from it. They seem to be very happy. Then we meet again, usually around 2 o'clock after Topstep TV ends, and we run probably till the close. You know, if I can stay that long. So,
if you can make it over,
trades in there.
If you can make it over to Coach Vince's Discord, please bring these questions. Once again, I apologize. There's going to be a what do you got? Some manicotti, mustacholi, and meatballs there. So help yourself. No pushing, no shoving. But my Goomba, I appreciate it, partner. This was very, you know, honestly, I'm the takeaway here is I'm going to give this a try. I haven't used it before, but tomorrow I'm going to give it a try, and we'll talk early. Coach Vince is like my trading buddy, so we appreciate it. But
you're welcome,
Coach. Until we meet again, my brother, all the best. And like I said, if you need Coach Vince, he's in our Discord, Coach's Trading Room. And don't go away because we got Jack coming up here to announce the winners for our top quiz. Coach Vince, I salute you, sir.
I appreciate you guys. No, I really thank you guys for allowing me to be on the team with you all and helping get these traders to that funded level.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. We'll see you next time, man. You take care.
All right, guys. You too.
Hello.
All right, Jack.
All right, boys and girls, it's almost time for lunch. Got to figure out what I'm going to have there. Okay, so we had 20 winners today, and I'm going to check to see if we can keep on doing that.
We had 20. Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot more people playing now, so we'll keep on going with that. If we do allow more winners, then you guys got to be nice about not responding to issues that should go to support, just because if we get a couple hundred winners a week, I am but one man. I can't respond to everybody. So
I am but one. One man.
All right. Without further ado, I'm gonna hit wait to see the winners on the screen, and then I will hit send on the email. Here they
Oh,
are.
wow.
Hitting send now. There we go. What do we got here? 2E Trader, Fred Decker. Congrats. We love Fred. I like turtles is a good one. NASDAQ.
I like turtles.
Great name. Looking for a reset. Found one today. Yeah, I'm not going to read them all, but you see it there.
NASDAQ, a little creative there. Come on, this is fun, Jack. Read these names. People try to get creative.
Well, it's not fun if your name is. I thought the interesting one. Jabby's pretty good, but Mikey
Fred
00.
Decker. Good old Fred.
I mean, Noel. Now I can see the emails too, so that's actually a name they put in there. That's like usually Noel's when you don't put in a name. Vic, like thick, with 3 C's. So yeah, those are winners.
All right. I think my vote goes to.
I like turtles.
Yes, it's my vote.
We know where your allegiance lies there, Eddie. So yeah,
shells, baby.
Thanks for playing, and thanks to everybody for watching Top Step TV today. We'll be back at 8 tomorrow, Eddie.
8 o'clock, brand new day, Friday, one of my favorite days of the week. And yeah, join us. Just looking at the eco calendar and our menu for tomorrow. Let me see here real quick. I don't think we've got too much tomorrow as far as economic. Let's take a look here. We do got building permits tomorrow at 7:30. So before the show starts, we'll have building permits out month over month. And for October, housing starts. And let's see. Oh, yes, more feds are going to be speaking. We got Goolsby. And FOMC member Daly will be speaking. Atlanta Fed GDP now. And don't forget tomorrow, the Baker Hughes rig count. And that's it. That is all.
And as I saw, people are glad to have Space Jack back as opposed to,
Space.
The green screen was getting a little.
I was wondering how you can breathe out in that atmosphere.
Because I'm a very freaky deaky man, Eddie.
You're
like
magic.
Bowie.
Alien. Ground control to Major Jack.
Yes, indeed.
All right, friends. Stay healthy. Stay safe. Get some rest. And we'll be back tomorrow. And remember.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out.
Good night.